City Council workshop for Saturday, February 20th is called to order. With the staff, please call the roll.
Mayor Kaufman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Here.
Councilmember Berzins.
I'm here.
Councilmember Coombs.
Present.
Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gardner. Councilmember Gruber.
Here.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Here.
Councilmember Lawson.
Here.
Councilmember Johnston.
Here.
Councilmember Marcano.
Present.
And Councilmember Murillo.
Present.
There's a quorum.
Thank you. Budget update.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Katie, are you the admin? Can you give me share access?
Yes, we can. One moment, please.
Thank you much. We're getting there. So I've come to work and I've looked around everywhere and I can't find the food bar. So you have to forgive me. All right, so can everybody see my presentation?
Yes.
2020 revenue actual. So here we go. All right. So in summary, what I'm going to talk to you about today is that we did not end up better with revenues than our projection. There's multiple reasons for this. I would say that doesn't mean just because we beat it that our projection was incorrect. I'm going to show you a couple facts from that. We are definitely, sorry about that. We're unsure about the ongoing nature of this additional revenue, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that. And last but not least, we're going to be bringing forth some ideas for this one-time funds. We think that right now we beat 2020 pretty well, and we've got some ideas for the use of some of this money, but definitely leaving some money open for the thoughts that we've heard from you. And if anybody has any questions, just please feel free to shout them out. All right, so just a reminder about the leads projection that we used for the 2020 revenue and the 2021 revenue. 4 quarters of decline after a couple good quarters in 2019, basically 10% off that time. And you'll see down here, you're looking at somewhere between 10 and 16% down, with 6.77% down in 2020 full year. All right. And so because of that, what did we do? Well, we held positions. We did not lay off anyone, so we just held some positions. We used quite a bit of savings from utilities, savings from leases, some fleet savings. Nobody could travel anyway, so we had some travel savings. That strategic court assessment we didn't do. The capital bond program, the $500,000 for that we didn't do. We also stopped some technology projects. Had a couple furlough days, although we did give bonuses to the employees to offset that somewhat. And we cut quite a bit from capital. Most of the cuts from capital weren't necessarily cuts from projects. They were just funds available that were sitting over in the capital projects fund that we pulled back. We moved a pretty fair sized project into a future years to help us out there. And we cut some lower priority projects. Last but not least, we brought in some new revenue. The CARES money helped us, and the marijuana fund transfer helped us. So, were we wrong? Absolutely. What we assumed in our projections, we assumed large decreases in sales tax and drops in one-time revenues. We were worried about the fall and winter flu season looking a lot like May. If you remember, May was that over 13% down. It was the second largest decrease that we've ever had in our revenues. We were worried about a property tax vote that happening in November that was going to take $7 million more away from us, and we didn't really assume any significant bump from the third-party marketplace facilitator revenue that finance got into in about September. What actually happened is that we were basically flat in ongoing revenue, but we had significant increases in one-time revenues. If you remember July we had the single largest payment that we've ever had from a technology company that hadn't really even given us any money before. $1.7 million a single payment. Shoppers kept shopping in Aurora, but they went online. So in other words, we had our brick and mortar stuff kind of went down, but things like bestbuy.com went up. And last but not least, what we saw is what we think were happening is that Aurora was actually doing better than other cities because in typical non-COVID times, Aurora is a net outflow of workers. And when you outflow your day and you're working in some other town, some other city, you tend to spend more money there. So when you're home, the money was being spent in Aurora. The next thing that happened to us is that we did have a fall and winter flu season, but it didn't affect our revenue like it did in May. We're more flat in our base revenue. The property tax vote passed. If you remember, that was the Gallagher vote that passed. If that would have failed, we would have decreased our 2022 revenue projection by another $7 million. But because it passed, our projection is still standing. And then the last but not least, probably one of the best things that happened to us, that marketplace facilitator revenue, we're getting in at least about $500,000 a month. And so that's good news, definitely. So was our 6% projection wrong? Yes, but was it an incorrect projection? I really don't think so. Because if I look at other cities, we are seeing shortfalls. This is actually from the Common Sense Institute, how do tax collections look like in Colorado amidst a pandemic. You look at places now, there's cities up in here that are mountain towns that tend to have based on a lot of tourism, but you'll see some 10% downs. Boulder was over 10% down. You got to figure that we were projected to be about 6% down. And so if we were Boulder, then we would have been worse than that. If we were Colorado Springs, we'd be about in the same spot. Look at Denver. Denver was 15% down, and these numbers are through August. Fort Collins was about 5 to 6% down, same as Steamboat Springs. So you'll notice that 6% down wasn't odd. We just beat it. We just did better than it. So how is our sales tax performance? Well, there you go. You can see the months. May was that big, almost 13% down. A lot of flatness. That July 10% up had almost all to do with that big single check. Then flat otherwise. And you'll notice starting in September, we had a 6% up, and then October was pretty well flat. And then after that, we started going gangbusters. That gangbusters has a lot to do with that. Some more one-time money coming in, but also that marketplace facilitator, giving us probably $700,000 to $800,000 in those months, which caused most of that. But what you're not seeing is 16% downs. If you take out all the cool stuff in the marketplace facilitator and all the one-time monies, you're looking at more flatness than a decrease. So, all told throughout 2020, and these numbers are non-audited yet. We're going through the audit right now. We've probably got about $21.7 million more in operating revenue than what we projected. Sales tax is almost all of that. 20.8 million of that. The rest of it, about nearly $1 million, is just audit revenue, auto use tax, lodger's tax. We're doing better than were projected. A lot of those did decrease, but they didn't decrease at the level that we had projected them to. Not everything is rosy. We do have franchise fees came in a little worse, and property tax is doing a little worse, but not bad. We do have more capital revenue, about $4 million more. That money is going to go over to the capital projects fund. So that's good stuff. That will help to bring back some of the projects, if we want to bring back some of the projects that we cut, or we can put it toward transportation, which is what we typically do when we get in more capital revenue. Building just continues happening. If you talk to anybody who's selling houses, the house market in Aurora, and actually in the whole metro area, is still just red hot. Hard to find a house. So, told you about the revenues. On the expense side, we're probably going to end 2020 right around our projection. How much remains to be seen. We're still working through some things that it takes a long time to get through the year and to get a solid number. We're probably looking more like around the March timeframe to have a pretty solid number of where we were. And the fact of the matter is that the money that we're bringing in from CARES is making it a little bit more difficult than any normal year. But we think that we're going to be right around on projections. So that $22 million is probably a good net number to see for one-time money. So if 2020 is better, is 2020 going to be better as well? So the real question is, how much of this money do we think is ongoing? And my answer is I think that the risk side is that we'll probably have more money, but I can't tell you how much yet. It's too early to tell. There's a couple pieces of good news. That marketplace facilitator revenue, we projected 700,000 for the whole year, and we're getting 500,000 plus each month. So that's good news, and it does feel like a trend, meaning that we've received it in September, October, November, December. We got it again in January. The second piece of good news, we're not quite done with our January sales tax. We're pretty darn close, but we are over January of 2020. And if you think about that, January of 2021 was Christmas sales COVID affected, and January 2020 was Christmas sales non-COVID affected, and we beat it. So that's great news. What we don't know, we didn't drop like the leads projection projected it up for us, so we probably won't grow like it either. And so what I'm going to go back just a little bit and tell you what I mean by that. If you look at this chart, you'll notice that 4-quarter decrease going from the second quarter of 2020 to the first quarter of 2021, but then it's showing us growing after that at 4%, 8%, 5%. We're probably not going to have those growths like that, but we didn't drop because we didn't drop. So we probably won't grow like it. There's uncertainty about what the world is going to look like post-COVID, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, what does it look like? Are people going to continue to stay home? Are Aurora going to continue to stay in Aurora? That sort of thing. So we want to see how that's going to play out before we guess on a number. We're going to have some uncertainty about the effect of the stimulus activities or lack thereof. What's going to happen with all of that? Are people going to get more money? How's that going to work? That definitely helped us out last year when people got those checks. We saw some benefit from that, especially in marijuana, interestingly enough. And then the last thing, you hear a lot about a K-shaped recovery. What a K-shaped recovery means is that different people are going to react differently in terms of coming out of a recession caused by COVID. Wealthier people's fortunes have rebounded while the pain continues for people in low-wage jobs, from retail to entertainment to hospitality. And it kind of looks like this, that this is Colorado employment since January of 2020. You'll notice that high-wage workers basically flat, dropped off, but then came back. Middle-wage workers had a drop of around 6%, but look at the low-wage workers have dropped and have not come back yet. And so that means that different people in different economic areas are going to have different rebounds, which will affect what our revenue is. So long story short, I can't tell you how much of this is ongoing. I think that the good news is marketplace facilitator, I think, feels good, and January felt good, but it remains to be seen. Once we get together in April, we'll have a couple months of 2021 under our belt, and I'll feel better about giving you an ongoing projection for that. All right. So what if we have around $22 million? What are we talking about in terms of our plan for these one-time funds? Well, the first thing I want to do is refill the operating reserve. We use the operating reserve. Remember, the operating reserve is that 1 to 3% of the general fund that's set aside for bad times. Well, we had our bad time. We got our money back. Let's refill that operating reserve and have that bullet in there have that tool in there for the next issue we have. The next thing, we're going to look at an enterprise resource planning system. It's about $12 million. We have some money set aside for this already. There is a special side presentation that we're going to go through with this. Deanna, are you ready for it?
I'm ready, but I believe I need the authorization to share my screen.
All right.
So Katie, if you could give me access, that would be great.
Yes, one moment.
You all are so lucky you're getting 2 presentations in one.
So can everyone see this? Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to talk about the enterprise resource planning solution and some of the needs of why this would be a good investment for the city of Aurora. So we'll talk about just kind of the current state and the desired state for the ERP. And so currently, the current solution that's utilized by the city was purchased and implemented in 1994. So here's just kind of a fun fact for you. In 1994, the city had just a little over 2,000 FTEs. Here we are, fast forward to 2021, we had a 63% growth in personnel, and now we have just under 3,200 employees. And so what does that translate to in terms of just kind of the human capital management needs? And so I'll first share with you, when I first started with the city just about 3 years ago, I went to the then CIO and said, hey, I've got a silly question for you. I can't find my dashboard. And she's like, your dashboard? I'm like, yeah, you know, my turnover data, my vacancy reports, my time to fill, sick leave utilization, those types of things. And she said, well, you don't have a dashboard. And I was kind of surprised. And so my next question was, well, how do I know the health of the organization? And she's like, well, you do those things manually. So, you know, here we are today. We're a really large city, 3,200 FTEs, and that doesn't even include the seasonal or temps that we employ. But here's what we'd like to do is secure an ERP solution that not only integrates the human capital management components, but also the finance, the purchasing functionality, all of those things, because they all tie in together and provide the ability and capability for the city to provide more decision-based or fact-based decision capabilities. Our current system right now doesn't have all of the capabilities necessary, so we have to have other solutions that complement it, which requires complex interfaces, manual data transfers, and it just has some missing business functionality. And anytime you get into kind of the interfaces or data transfers that are manual in nature, you have room for error, you have room for issues to occur, or the interface is not working as designed. So with an ERP solution, we're able to provide kind of more of a, especially with an integrated solution, you're able to provide more efficient use of your resources and your data, and also just kind of the end-to-end process integrity. And a lot of these solutions have been utilized by other cities, and so there's a proof of concept that it does create some level of efficiency for both the current needs and future needs for the city. So I'll get into just the human capital components and kind of the digital transformation that we'd like to achieve with a new solution. And so this would have abilities and functionality for everything from hire to retire. So all of the aspects in between associated with people and positions. And so here's kind of a list of some of the components that are necessary for an HCM or an ERP solution. If you see the check marks, these are things that our current solution is capable of doing. And to some degree, those that just have the bullets in front of it, we don't have this functionality or capability in the current solution. We have the ability to do it, but it's through either complex interfaces or it's through manual processes. So one is just kind of the people management. How do we manage our people? What do the people look like for the organization? Promotional opportunities for those individuals that they've experienced and pay. The other piece is position management. So what was a position implemented for? Why was it created? How has it changed in the organization? Has it been repurposed? Even vacancy management. What do the vacancy positions look like in the organization? And then recruiting and onboarding, that's also a functionality of an integrated solution. So many of you might remember when you were elected to your position, having to come in and do paperwork and manual processes. A lot of these things are more automated and more modern and progressive solutions. So we want to be able to provide that service to our employees as well. Benefits is another area. So when employees are active employees, we don't end the activity with our employees there. Many of them might elect benefits even at the retiree phase. And so this would allow us to have a more integrated solution and not have to have solutions outside of our current system that would interface or interact with the current solution that we have. Compensation is another area. So looking at everything from FLSA to compensation management, those are things that we can do currently, but it's not as sophisticated as some of the more modern and progressive solutions. Performance management, that's another area. So looking at evaluations for individuals. Even in this area, we have a homegrown solution, so it doesn't have the ability to integrate with the current solution that we have. There's a number of other examples, talent and learning development. Payroll is a functionality that works well. Timekeeping, we have multiple solutions throughout the city in various departments, all again kind of requiring that interface or manual entry, which again just leaves room for error. Leave administration is significant because these are not just leave administration and sick leave utilization that we want to manage at a city level, but these are even compliance with federal laws like military leave, as well as FMLA and other leave management. Succession planning, you and others know that we have a good population of employees that are retirement eligible. And so modern day solutions have the capability to manage that functionality in a more predictive way. And then lastly, just employee self-serve. And so you might think of self-serve like at your bank when you go and you want to maybe update your address. Those are things that you should be able to do pretty automatically. Not the case with the current solution. So this would provide employees with access to information that they could upload or change or view on their own. And then the same with the manager self-serve. Creating a dashboard for the manager so they can look at the health of their organization at the employee level. So kind of getting a glimpse across positions, people, and managing those more effectively. So here's just kind of the standard analysis. Some of the reports that either we've been asked for at kind of committee levels or maybe even at the study sessions that are difficult to produce in the current system. And I say these are lagging indicators because these are things that have already happened in the city, but things like retirement, turnover, what has caused those exits in the organization. Again, that data is collected outside of the system, so it's difficult to produce using the current system. Even demographic data, what does the organization look like? Reporting EEO data to the federal government. All of those things we can currently do, but it's difficult. And it's difficult to produce accurately. So if I run the data today and run it again in 30 days, I might get a different result. And that's not something that you want in a system. Time to hire, time to fill, these are kind of standard HR reports that you'd want in an organization our size. And then again, position management, recruitments, total compensation. So total compensation, I think, is key because it's one of the areas that not only do we pay for the wage of the individual, but the benefits associated with that, the pension, and being able to calculate those figures and make them well known is something that's just difficult in our current system. So here are the things that I think are exciting, and I'm going to go back just one. The predictive analysis. So much like Greg and talking about kind of the lead projections, there are ERP solutions that are more progressive are able to look at forecasting people and position movement. So you look, kind of looking back in 1994, 2,000 employees, fast forward to 3,200 employees. What's the growth for the next 5 years, the next 10 years? What can we expect? And are we seeing it in different pockets of departments or areas that we could maybe concentrate efforts around? Also, even total compensation. So what is the growth? Has it, in the past, looking at the past 25 years, has it been pay or is it benefits or is it a combination of those things? And that predictive analysis or more the leading indicators can kind of give us some projections that we can make some educated assumptions about in going through a process, even as like this, the budget process. And then also just probability of turnover. And this is the one that excites me because I want to know when we go out and we spend time and effort recruiting for an individual, what's the probability that we're going to lose them? And in how long? Is that 1 year, 2 year, 5 years? And then what are the retention factors? Is it promotional opportunities? Does it tie back to performance? What are the things that are going to help us retain those individuals? We really think Aurora is a great place to work. We want to attract top talent, but we also want to keep top talent. And we believe the HCM components can help us do that. And I'll let Terry talk about the finance and procurement functions.
Thanks, Deanna. I think Deanna had some great points that are really beneficial for a new ERP for the city overall. Dashboards, especially with regard to finance and ability to get to our data and making data-based decisions. I think that's really critical. And being able to help our departments see their financial picture would be very beneficial. We do have reports that we can run in the current system, but we also have some challenges with the vendor and just some of the decisions that they've made with the existing software. For one, the technology seems to be outdated, and when we've gone through processes of upgrades with them, we've actually taken some steps backward on functionality. In particular, in areas like payroll, they've lost some of their abilities, even though it does work well today. They've lost some of their abilities that they had in the past. And so most softwares upgrade and add functionality and make improvements, but we've found with our current ERP, that's not always the case. And in fact, more recently in last year, we were not able to do an upgrade because of the functionality that had changed. And we found some areas of problems in payroll that were showstoppers, and we couldn't even do an upgrade because of that. And there were also some problems in our purchasing area. So we delayed doing that upgrade. We're talking about doing that this year, but it very much is dependent upon whether we can actually live with the changes that this vendor makes without really considering impacts to its customers. Another thing that happened with this vendor is they announced that they were going to be leaving the one reporting tool that we had, and they really didn't provide a path forward for their customers. So we were left scrambling. We did do a supplemental appropriation for $300,000 to try and address the reporting issues of the current ERP. However, as we found when we were trying to start using another reporting tool, we found that those skill sets to actually even write the reports in the new tool were lacking and not really available in the marketplace. We hired one consultant who was able to help us rewrite some reports, but then he even had his limits because of lack of understanding about the database. So what we found is the resources available to us to even manage our current ERP are very limited. So based upon those issues, we've really thought that the general ledger piece of the software works fine, but there's a lot of challenges. In purchasing, we're not able to track small and disadvantaged businesses. We're not able to track our contracts. So we do have some lacking functionality in some of our financial areas as well. But the report writing and just the fact that they're not moving forward with newer technology that will benefit us has been our primary issues.
Good morning, everybody. So I'll cover a little bit from the IT perspective. I know that Deanna and Terry have done a very good job explaining some of the business impact, but there's also the technology side, which also drives additional business impact as well. As Deanna mentioned earlier on her slide about the complex interfaces that are required, quite frankly, the current solution is just, it falls short in a lot of areas. So as you can see here, we have 11 legacy HCM systems that take on additional tasks that one solution is not able to handle. We have 7 timekeeping solutions used by different departments across the city to meet their business needs. And then we have over 50 complex integrations between those systems. So instead of a single one-stop shop to gather the data you need, it requires all these complex integrations. So as Terry mentioned, not only do we have the issue with the vendor removing functionality during upgrades, but because we have all these complex integrations, a single upgrade can take 6 to 8 months. And then there's also the business impact, because finance has very specific deadlines of when they need to meet certain reporting requirements, as does payroll. And so because of that extended timeline, we have to work very closely with the business to make sure, all right, here is our 2-month window to actually get this done this year. And if we don't meet it in that 2-month window, then we're going to wait a whole other year to do that upgrade. And again, it's just because the system falls short, and we have to not only upgrade that system, but then modify those integrations to make sure that they continue to work after the upgrade is done. Also, as Terry and Deanna touched on, this originally was designed as a financial solution, and over time we've tried to shoehorn in to make sure that it can perform HR and procurement functions. But we actually ran into a lot of issues with this specifically when COVID hit, because there are some dependencies within the system that still require physical paper printouts, and it requires a very specific printer to do so. So if that printer were to fail to function, number one, there are some functions we just couldn't do. And number two, it required staff to then be able to come into the office just to complete those functions. And in today's day and age, that's just completely unacceptable. Everything should be digital first, with printout as a redundant primary. They've already talked about the fact there's no dashboards, again, so no quick and easy way to make intelligent operational decisions about your day-to-day operations. The current vendor relies on technology that's been end of life for a long time. And what I mean by that is they use a lot of old legacy coding systems to write their software that have very basic functionality. Again, it goes back to, it was great in 1994 when we wrote it, but they just haven't evolved it to keep up with the times. And because of all of this, it just results in inconsistent processes. Like Deanna said, there's times that you get one report and you might get one set of data, and then another report pulls out another set. But because of those variances in the data, it also causes inconsistent processes. Some departments have, or actually I should say most departments have created a lot of manual workarounds to try and accommodate for those shortcomings. And because all that data is now scattered across 20 different systems, there's no single source of true data. So anytime that we as a business, or you as council or city management needs to see true data, again, when COVID hit, we needed to know how many of our staff are working remote, how many are at home but aren't working at all, how many are still working in the office, and we couldn't pull that out of the system. So in the IT side, we had to scramble and try to put together a very quick system to pull that together, but even that took a couple of weeks to bring together to make it functional. So there's just a lot of data that the current system doesn't provide, and it requires all these one-offs to manage. And, just finally, and I know that Deanna and them already spoke about this, is that the citizens, today in the year 2021, pretty much expect that if we want to walk in the door, we need a certain amount of data, or we want to ask for a certain type of report, we should be able to just pull that together, and it shouldn't take days to pull that information together. And then the onboarding time it takes to bring somebody on board, both for the recruitment and the actual hiring, it's just a long process, because again, there's multiple systems that have to be updated.
Yeah, and I will say, as we go through and we've been looking at the ERP solution, we have also noticed that there's entities in and around our area, such as City and County of Denver, Jefferson County, Aurora Public Schools, Cherry Creek School System. They have all are in the process or have recently implemented a new, more progressive ERP solution. And so being the 3rd largest city in Colorado, the 54th largest city in the US, we really believe that this is going to be a move to integrate that core functionality and provide more efficiencies and data and abilities to make some data-driven decisions. We know this is a long-term project. It's a collaboration, as you can see, between HR, IT, finance, purchasing, and it affects every single department. It's a 2 to 3 year implementation using internal and external resources. But even as we plan this, we're planning dedicated resources to ensure that we can staff it and maintenance it to keep it current for future uses. Now, here's some of the business case, just as you've heard, system integration. That's key in making sure that we have reduction of duplication of errors, that we have accurate and timely information available to us. It'll provide some long-term support and enhancements with a dedicated ERP team so we can keep all of those processes current and up to date. It'll contribute to Aurora Smart City initiatives as well by allowing us to make some data-driven decisions, but it really is going to reinvent how we engage with just our people. Really looking at people as our largest asset in the organization, managing those things effectively in every component, from the human capital management to the finance to procurement, and kind of integrating all of those pieces together. Also, just looking at centralization and standardization. So we don't have a system in place that meets all of those demands. People start creating processes, and we're too large of a city to have one-offs by different departments. We need to have some centralization of how we make decisions and the standardization of our processes. The other piece is just the automation of routine things. So things like just updating an address by an employee, that shouldn't require a lot of human intervention. There should be things that they should be able to do on their own. But that even goes into, W4 updates and W2 updates and benefit information. Those are things that should be more routine in nature. And then the things that I said that excite me is just the standard analysis and reporting, some of which, we've asked for by council, of like retirement, demographic data, time to fill, exit data, and then the predictive analysis, which will be part of a solution. I think the other piece, though, is really providing that positive and consistent employee and manager experience. So making sure that data that we pull at a point in time can be replicated in the future of pulls at a different point in time, and making sure that that information is available. I really like the dashboard component because I also think not only for, a supervisor or manager, but even a director, even at the city level, the city manager should be able to kind of get a glimpse of information and data that we have available to us to kind of see the health of the organization and make sure that if there are trends or issues that we might be experiencing, that we can kind of get ahead of those and not have to rely on lagging indicators to respond. And then just to make Aurora the first class employer here in the metro area. Again, Aurora is a great place to work. We want to attract top talent, but we want to keep our talent too. And we think this will provide a great way for us to maintain that position. Questions?
Yes, I have a couple. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I appreciate that, and I think a lot of our systems are outdated across the city. I have a few questions about. You said it would integrate with the rest of our IT systems because we're not fully on board with those right now. So just concerned about the whole entire city IT system, and with the website going down, that type of thing. Cost to maintain this, since it's, and then iCloud based, right? So
yes.
Then security, yes. Cybersecurity, there's been a lot of issues with the iCloud systems. So, and have you looked at alternative systems? So I'm just, it looks like these are all the positives. Have we looked at the downfalls?
And I'll speak to the downfalls, and then I'll let Scott address some of the IT functionality. Okay. We have looked at, those things that they've identified as strengths and weaknesses in an ERP solution. Other than, some of the ERP solutions haven't quite been designated for public employers in the last maybe 3 years. If I went back 3 years, many have now progressed. And so they've made enhancements that have been incorporated with other public employers. And so there's a lot of more strengths in that area. I don't believe that we've heard a lot of downfalls. So we visited other cities to just and talked with other cities. We're also doing references with those that have recently implemented new ERP solutions to even include the local public school systems and our neighbors to the west. And so we have gotten more positives than we've gotten weaknesses. And when I talk about the integration component, it's really the integration of the HCM, the finance, the procurement, and just kind of all of those systems right now, time and attendance, leave management, payroll, all of those systems are operating off of different systems. And when you have different systems, you have room for error, you have room for issues, and we've experienced those. And you have a lot of manual needs and human interventions. And we'd like to minimize that to have a more capable system, especially being a city this size. And so we haven't identified any areas that would cause us any concern, and we did look at various solutions, doing a recent RFP to see those agencies that would be willing to compete for our business. And then Scott, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about the IT piece.
Sure. So actually, Councilmember Bergen, there's a lot more business risk in the current state than there would be with the new. So by that I mean, as we saw in that earlier slide, there's close to 20 different systems that are sort of supplementing this existing one. So each one of those systems, we have to pay an ongoing support contract with those vendors, and there's an annual cost with that. Again, sometimes when we perform those upgrades, some of those integrations take skills from those other vendors beyond what we have internal. So there's additional cost to those vendors to maintain that as well. There's always a risk when you're doing an upgrade to any type of system that there's going to be downfalls because no system is perfect. You're absolutely right. However, we're pretty confident that no matter which system we go to, the intent behind it is to consolidate. So consolidate from a business function perspective, again, giving people more time, making them more efficient, but also consolidate from a cost perspective and the ongoing sustainability of it. I know you specifically asked about cost, and Greg, I can steal his thunder.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a cost analysis that was done on what it costs currently to run the current system with FTEs, with maintenance costs, whatever the lingo is, your yearly contracts that you have to do versus the new system. Have we done that analysis, and do we have that?
And so I know on the IT side, we have our maintenance contracts. For the staffing side, I'm not sure if we've done that.
Well,
Terry, yeah.
I would like to just add that, a new system is more costly than what we're paying today. And we've looked at right-sizing the needs for our organization, for finance, for HR and IT, because if this system that we select works to the benefits that we think it will and does so much more, we're going to also need the additional staff to support that. And I think that's what's been our downfall in the past, is we've not necessarily dedicated the appropriate resources to the software that we've had. That's one piece of it. The other piece of it is just having poor software. And really this vendor that we currently have does not invest in their software. Their fees may be much lower, but at the same time, it puts us in a very risky place, as Scott has mentioned. From a security perspective, I think that, the software as a service or cloud-based systems are where everyone is headed. And we've already gone to a software as a service for our tax and licensing systems. So we're there now, and we did our due diligence, which is a big piece of the process that we're looking at, to make sure that there is adequate security and redundancy and backup for those systems. Now, from a cost perspective, like we said, we're probably stealing some of Greg's thunder there, but it's about $12 million to implement a new ERP system. And then ongoing, it's about $2.5 million, and that includes city staff as well as the software cost and maintenance going forward. And when you have software as a service, it doesn't mean that you don't need the resources to support a system. It just, you hope that you have easier time to do upgrades, you have better functionality, but you are paying more to manage it, as we should have been even with the current ERP. Our current ERP, I think, is about, and I could be off on this, but I think it's the software renewal is only about $100,000 a year. Very low cost, but again, we are missing significant portions of functionality. We met with Salt Lake City, who has the same software that we currently have, and basically we all came to the same conclusion. There is not an HR system in this system. It may act like there is one, but there is really no functionality that we have today. So we need to get into the 21st century. We need to invest in our city and have a better solution.
Terry, Mike Hoffman, when you talk about that $2.5 million, is that on an annual basis or how? Tell me about that.
Yes, that is ongoing. That's a combination of paying the vendor their software maintenance fees, which is a little over $1 million per year is what we're anticipating. And then the additional staff to support the system of about 1.3, 1.4 million.
Wow.
And it is significant, but at the same time, I think what we've been doing is just using a system that's out of date, and we really are not able to make the financial and HR decisions without a lot of manual intervention. And as Deanna has already said, sometimes you get different data depending on the timing of when you run a report.
And you said that the current vendor doesn't have any kind of an update for the system?
They do updates, but those updates have tended to create issues that last year we weren't able to do the actual update because of those issues. So it was steps backward. It was problems with our purchasing and payroll and critical functions that we, as an organization, decided we couldn't even move forward with their software upgrade.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add, the current vendor that we utilize, I think we are the largest city that they provide service to. It's really a solution designed and used by many small towns, small cities, small counties in and around the country. But I believe we're the largest in Salt Lake City that utilize it. And I believe we've just outgrown it. And there's a lot of other costs that are difficult to quantify. You know, I mentioned the performance management system. That's a homegrown system. We have online leave slips. That's also a homegrown solution. Those things just don't provide the support that we need, even the homegrown solution. And then we have an external source for learning management, an external source for applicant tracking, an external source for benefits. For the HCM component, it is just not working. That fractured approach is really taking time and energy from people that should be recruiting to actually trying to just manage data. So it's just proven to be a complex issue with it.
So you're looking at one vendor versus doing an RFP and going out to bid, or I'm sorry, tell me what the process is.
We've actually started the RFP process. We've done an RFI, we've done a statement of qualifications, we narrowed down those that would be qualified for this and then began an RFP process. But we do know, you know, we need the support for the funding and the concept from council. So we're moving forward, but we also know that there is a check in place before we can actually engage with the contract.
So what are you looking at for today from council?
From council, I think what we are really looking for is support for the use of the funding that Greg's going over for this use so that we could proceed.
Okay, is there further discussion?
Mayor, I have a question.
Councilmember Brosens.
Thank you. Will this be, all of our departments be using this? Will this include large departments like water, fire, police? They'll all be on this new program?
Yes.
And then what about our Amanda and Acela?
So Acela, of course, is replacing Amanda, and I should probably let Scott address that, but it should integrate with Acela.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what your specific question is, Councilmember Brosens, but yes, as Acela is on track, release 3 went live about a month ago, and release 4 is still on track for Q3 this year, and then will be wrapped up. Amanda should be decommissioned by next year or by early next year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Further comments, questions?
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Go ahead. Councilmember Gruber.
We had a lot of trouble with Acela. When it was brought in, it turned out to be much more complex than we thought it was going to be. We had to hire outside consultants. There was an issue with Excella being purchased by another company in the middle of our procurement process. And as a result of that, the costs were significantly, I think over $1 million, I think a lot over $1 million. How are we going to ensure that we don't run into the same type of issues on the replacement system for the ERP? I don't disagree that we need an ERP. I'm concerned about our implementation of Excella, the lessons that we learned, and how we're going to apply those lessons to this procurement.
Yes, sir. That's exactly, that's an excellent example, actually. We used Excel as a learning example, right? So for all those challenges that we ran into with Excel about being under-resourced within the business to commit for the testing and development on the technical side, to being under-resourced for the commit to develop on it, we've taken a look at that. And so again, when Greg brings up his information, we'll be able to show you the staffing recommendations we're making for finance, IT, and HR is specifically because of our experience with Excel. We want to have dedicated staff that can focus on this new program so they're not distracted by the day-to-day, taking care of everything that needs to be done at the city on the existing program. And then also be able to ramp up and keep up as the system is rolled out, continue to focus with the ongoing development for it, as well as just maintaining what is rolled out and available at that time. So some of the staffing requirements you'll see are specific to that. And then we also, this time, have targeted one-time contract resources to get through specific phases of the implementation. And then those folks will be released once that phase was complete. And with Excella, we didn't do that from the get-go. We tried to bring it in and have staff handle it in-house exclusively, and then we didn't have enough of them. And it just created one challenge after another.
So you're going to apply something like a service level agreement on the different phases with performance measures that the contractor has to meet prior to payment? That was a problem we had with Excella.
Yes, sir. And that's another thing. When we purchased Excella, there's the city didn't have what was called a master service agreement that we use on our own for our purchases, technology purchases. And since that time, we now have that in place. So any technology purchase in the last 2 years has to use that MSA. And MSA very specifically calls out milestone payments that are then further refined in the specific statement of work. So we can go in and clearly define what the payment milestones will be, and that's part of the final contract agreement between the vendor as we get finalized in the contract with them.
All right, glad to hear that. Thank you.
Sure. Further discussion, comments, questions?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Yes, I was wondering if Terry could elaborate a little more. You mentioned being able to track our smaller contracts and women and minority-owned business contracts. Can you elaborate more on how this would help with that component and how it might help us implement other kind of contract-specific direction from council?
Certainly. Where we are today is we had hired an intern to help us track all of our small and disadvantaged business activity for the last 2 years, I believe, 2019 and 2020. And then that intern is no longer with us. The funding for that intern has gone away. And in our current ERP, there is no tracking mechanism for small and disadvantaged businesses. So all the tracking that the intern was doing was done through Excel, and it was done after the fact of procurement and contracts. So getting that information was on a voluntary basis after the fact. What we'd like to do is have this incorporated into the system so that when we actually issue contracts and award procurement, we can gather that data in the upfront transaction and be able to run reports against the system. So today we really are lacking that data to even be able to make good decisions or understand, you know, the baseline of where we're at with small and disadvantaged businesses. So that's our hope, is to be able to incorporate that into this new system.
Further questions, comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Hiltz.
It's Councilmember Murillo.
Oh, Councilmember Murillo, sorry.
Probably it's just helpful to just say the name. when we speak, but my question is, how does this impact our Access Aurora system? Or how could it potentially impact it?
Councilmember Rio, I don't believe that this specifically would impact Access Aurora because that's actually one of the functions that Excella is being used for. So as phase 4 is released, it will go forward with that. The city is also currently looking into, as you're aware, the Customer Service Initiative and Customer Relationship Management. And that those modules, our systems would be much more specific to Access Aurora as well as the digital engagement. Like the email that Kim Stewart sent out for Bang the Table and the virtual chatbot. Those types of functions are very specific to Access Aurora and being able to allow the citizens to self-serve and get their information. But the ERP specifically would not tie in those.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Further discussion, comments? Seeing none, then.
I have one more.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Well, are we going back to Greg? I guess I was confused.
Yes. You've got about 3 more slides. It's real fast.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. On the ERP system, further questions or comments? Seeing none, is there objection to allowing staff move forward on the ERP system? Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
I just, I think it's a great program. I think we need to move this direction. We're obviously pretty archaic in our system. Did this go through M&F first? Like through the normal process of management and finance?
It's been discussed at M&F, but not the idea of moving forward as we've been working internally to try and gather as much data and go through kind of all the preliminary processes before we brought it back to council.
Okay, and I think it's a great program. I'm just concerned about the 2.5 million ongoing in terms of the current economy. So if we say yes, are we just totally like going for it and signing a contract, or is there another step in between?
I think the contract would definitely come to council. We're not there yet anyway. We're in the selection process and review process. It doesn't mean that we have to make a selection, but that would be our desire, and to move forward then with council's approval on the whole cost, not just the implementation. It would also include $2.5 million ongoing.
And also I would add, Mayor Pro Tem, that support at this time would mean that we would set aside funding for what the projected implementation costs would be. That 12 million, we've already set aside about 5 million. So the additional amount would be set aside, and we take this in a kind of step-by-step manner. And we brought it to the workshop because we know that we haven't really, I think, addressed this with the full council before. We wanted to take the opportunity during the workshop so all of council could hear at one time, kind of the problem statement of where we are with our current, solution and what the needs are, and then also what the benefits would be, and have all of you a chance to comment or question on this at the same time. So that was kind of the thinking.
So we're just looking at set aside right now.
That's the first step. The commitment that if everything's works out, that this money would be available for this purpose. And another thing is, it is a big investment. That's why we wanted again to talk with all of you at the same time about it. It's a major investment, not only one time, but then, as you noted, in an ongoing manner. And we do really feel that the ongoing, knowing that it could be $2.5 million per year, is a large ongoing investment. At the same time, we really feel that the improvement in the management of our resources, human resources, financial, the ability, increased ability for analysis, forecasting, and then also reporting, the benefits would, I think, far exceed that $2.5 million that we would be spending every year. So.
Mayor, Councilmember O'Connor.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Thank you. I do have a question with regards to like future scalability. You mentioned that our existing, some of the existing software that we use are used by much smaller cities and that we've outgrown it. I'm curious, can you give us some examples of cities that utilize the software that y'all are considering here? And would that be scalable over time? Let's say if we move to being a city and county, for example, would we be able to absorb those services into this as well?
This Councilmember Marcano. Terry and Deanna have both been much more involved with the RFP, so they can give you some examples of some of the cities. But yes, we're truly looking at an enterprise grade system that would be able to scale. So the vendors that submitted to the RFP, we gave them specific parameters of what is the value, how many employees do you have, what's the size and scale of the system that you deploy to today? And then what's the size and scale, what's that upper maximum of the size and scale that you would deploy to in terms of some of the cities? And these are very large players in the market, so they've scaled for a lot of the private sector as well as a lot of the large cities and counties throughout the entire nation.
And one of the vendors is provide service to City and County of Denver, so I do believe it would address City and County. The other vendor is nationwide as well, and we've been talking to references for both cities and counties for both softwares that we're narrowed down to at this point.
Okay. Further questions or comments?
Mayor, Councilmember Johnston.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I was just going to mention as a member of MNF, I support and appreciate all of this information and the in-depth actually going initially first to the entire council at this workshop. But I want to talk about the cost, which to me seems appropriate with everything that's going on. And us being the third largest city, does staff know just for cities that are meeting those deliverables that we said, like smart city, data-driven decision-making, the ones on the summary, what they may be paying, if it's in line with that, or even like a city county of Denver, what they're paying, just to give us some context of the $2.5 million. And then my second part of that is you had mentioned that the water department would be under this system. Would they be paying some of those costs, so it wouldn't just be coming out of, let's say, the general fund?
And I can address some of those questions. We have looked at other cities and what it takes to implement an ERP, and we are in the ballpark. We talked to, about a year or two ago, we talked to the cities that were in similar population, 5 above and 5 beneath Aurora. And, we found that their costs were even up to like $37 million for implementation. So, we are in the ballpark, and especially with the ongoing, I think what we're hearing as we're doing some of our reference checks is that if you don't dedicate these additional resources to your program, you're going to have less success. So the city staff piece and component, we've heard some people have not done that and not done some backfill. And I think that was probably not a good decision. So, and we've experienced it just with our current ERP, is just not having sufficient resources to really work with it. And then your other question was, what was that? I'm sorry.
The water department.
So yes, the water department might be able to be part of the funding. What I think would happen is, right now we're looking at cost allocation and doing a cost allocation plan update for the city, which looks at how we charge, citywide costs to water. So this type of program would probably get rolled into that.
Terry, probably should be. There should be. Pay a share of it out of their enterprise fund.
And we've talked about that with other software based upon FTE. So I'm just saying it may be a part of that cost allocation plan. Maybe it'll be more direct. but we haven't really worked through the mechanics of that. That's why I didn't say it as positively as you're saying.
Further questions, comments?
Mayor, it's Angela.
Councilmember Lawson.
I just had a question. So essentially this system, it has a longevity because when you're doing such an investment, I know you can implement different programs within this. So this isn't just the next best thing. And then in 5 or 10 years, we'll have to change out a system. I'm assuming from what you're talking about and from the presentation that the longevity of this system to be able to implement different programs would be there, because I just think that that's really important as when we're implementing systems, is the longevity of those systems and how they can actually handle new programs and new data formats. So is that a true assessment or not?
Yes, and in fact, our current system we've had for almost 30 years. So ERPs are usually built to last for many years, and I wouldn't foresee us, if we made this investment, moving away from it probably before 20 years. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's the general timeline that I think most ERPs have.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, is there any?
One more, sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Yeah, that actually brought up a point. So is in the contract, do we have any kind of clause that says if new technology arises that, I mean, are we signing a long-term contract, or are there some clauses to allow us to leave without repercussions?
Do we have
I'm sorry, go ahead, Terry.
We have not gotten into the contract phase, so we definitely could look at the language that allows us to terminate. I know that was a big piece too when we looked at the GenTax system that we're using for tax and licensing. So that phase, when we get there, we'll look at that and make sure that we're comfortable with that ability to leave it, should we need to or desire to. But you know, I don't know if you recall this, but we did a 10-year agreement with GenTax, and that seems to be something, you know, we've been asking from each of these vendors is, you know, kind of looking at the 10-year total cost of ownership in ability to contract for multiple years.
And then two things I wanted to add to that as well, Mayor Pro Tem, is that again, the master service agreement that the city uses for technology purchases, that explicitly calls out very specific provisions for why the city can terminate the contract for lack of performance, failure to cure issues, et cetera. That's why it takes a long time for the negotiation to get through the MSA, because most vendors don't like that. However, we hold their feet to the fire and say, if we're going to pay you, we expect a certain return on that investment. The other thing is, going back to your question too, part of the advantage of going with a cloud-based SaaS solution like this is that we are entitled to those ongoing upgrades on a quarterly or however often basis the vendor upgrades themselves. So going back to our presentation, where we may only upgrade once every 2 to 4 years, depending on what's going on, these cloud-based vendors periodically upgrade their software on an ongoing basis with a staff who created the software, so they have all the knowledge they need to make it functional. So we're automatically entitled to those upgrades as just part of the ongoing contract, so it will continue to evolve as the new technical capabilities evolve as well.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, then, is there any objection to allowing staff to move forward on the CRP? Seeing no objection, then staff then can move forward. Mr. Hayes, you have the floor again.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Katie, can you give me share access again?
Yes, once.
Great. All right. Can people see that again?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have, that was a great discussion on the ERP. Other things that we're thinking about with this money is setting aside some money for some one-time funds from negotiations and fewer furlough days. If you remember, part of our 2021 balancing is that we had a 5 furlough days for employees. We gave them a 2% pay increase offset with 5 furlough days, so basically a 0%. We would like to have the possibility of taking some of those back and therefore having the employees actually get a little bit of a pay increase in 2021. Another idea that we've had, and one that you've heard in the last 3 weeks or so, our risk insurance payments are higher than what we projected. And so we want to set aside some money for that. Now that's an ongoing issue. We're going to have to deal with that into the future, but we do know that 2021 is actually about 700,000 more than we originally projected. And even with all of this, that still leaves about $6 million for other ideas, including your thoughts that you've told us about. Now that I-70 Piccadilly match is also an outstanding need, and depending on ARTA financing and such, that could be as much as 25 million in addition to the 60 million that we already set aside. So that's an outstanding bogey there. In addition, some of the ideas that we've heard you talk about recently, transportation, and we're going to talk a little bit more about transportation later in our capital infrastructure master plan discussion, but that's 20 million. The military differential pay was about $100,000. You've all talked about eliminating the treat no transport fee, which we projected in our system at $450,000. And then last but not least, equity initiatives, somewhere about $1.5 million in the general fund, 2 million in all funds for equity payments and sort of HR pay related topics. Some thoughts about ongoing funds. Well, we're going to come back to you in the spring once we know a little bit more about our ongoing revenue and such. We're going to come back with you. If we have these additional ongoing funds, some things that we're thinking about, balancing the 2022 shortfall. Our projection in 2022 was still $3.4 million off, so we'll have to figure that out. The effect of the Equal Pay Act and the equity compensation I talked about before is an ongoing thing. If we want to fund any items that were previously cut, we had about $6.1 million of items that were cut, ongoing items that were cut out of our budget that we could put back. The risk cost that I've already talked about, which is $700,000, and the ERP costs that you've just had a great discussion about are all things that we would be looking at when we come back to you in the spring. So my question for you, you've already talked about the ERP. Do you have any other thoughts about the use of the one-time funds that we've talked about?
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz. Thank you. I think you said something. We heard at study session, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago that a lot of the increase in that risk fund is from increased litigation costs stemming from the police department. Is that 700 that you're talking about part of that?
And Deanna, if you might know this better, but I think those are actually the pay increase. So our actual pay for the insurance actually increased. Not only our payouts. That's a different thing, but I think our actual pay.
Right, but the premiums went up, and we had to approve that, and it was directly related to police litigation costs. I guess I would rather see the police department find a way to offset their costs than take it from the general fund that penalizes the rest of the city. Personally, just throwing it out there as just a comment, and hopefully, that's a conversation that we can also have at some point. But with everything going on, I just don't think it's appropriate for us to not have other services for our city because we have to offset their costs.
Duly noted.
That's all.
Yeah, and Greg, I'll just add, this is Deanna, and I'll just add, not only was it experience of the police liability claims, but also Senate Bill 217, which had an impact across other municipalities in Colorado. So to those two factors.
Right. And there's probably a way to get an average of what cities on average paid as part of SB 217 and then what share Aurora had that's additional based on our current situation. So I think that additional cost that's based on Aurora's current situation should be offset. As far as the SB 217 impact, that's statewide, so I kind of see that as separate, but the share of that increase that's Aurora specific, you know, averaged out, I think is something that the general fund shouldn't be picking up.
This is Mike Hoffman. I'm concerned about this, the Piccadilly interchange. And I know we got a bill grant at $25 million coming in on that, but our match is greater, much greater than that. And so when do we start to have to come up with that money?
Nancy, would you like to take that?
This is Cindy, Greg.
No, Cindy, okay.
Yeah. A portion of it will be started in 2021 this year. Most of that is already covered with what we have set aside of the 15 million. And then it'll be between 2022 and 2025 for the remaining funds. However, we did just get approval from FHWA to actually move the grant. We'll be meeting with each of the council members to update you on what the next steps are. But the funding will start in 2022 again, and then through 2025. But we will spend the build grant dollars first at 80%, and our local funds will be at 20% over those years.
And that's about $21 million from the state share, estimated. I mean, from the local share, and then we got a share that, well, altogether it's about $41 million, right?
Correct.
That's a big chunk of change.
Yeah. The project is estimated at 66 million right now.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm just going to add to what Cindy said. We have meetings starting Monday with the Transportation Committee to go over the details of why the increase. Essentially, the project increased from 56 to 66. We'll explain how that happened. It's a lot about right-of-way and just overall construction costs. And then we're going to talk about the timing, too, that relates to your question. And we had always envisioned the developers would pay the same portion that we paid, meaning the city matched. It started at about 16 million for us and about 16 million for the developers. It now needs to go up to around 21 million for the city and 20 for the developers. We have not started those conversations with the developers until we meet with council and walk through this whole project. And we'll
okay. Well, I mean, just council, that is a time-sensitive issue. That if we don't move forward on this, we lose the $25 million in federal funds.
Right. Mayor
Pro Tem Bergen.
So I just trying to, I mean, I know it's going to come to transportation, but so we're saying we still need to come up with, I don't remember the amount, but between 2021 and 2025. So each year we're wanting to put X amount aside so that we don't end up in year 2024 with a huge hit, or 2025. Is that right?
There are drawdowns that need to be paid once we sign the construction costs, contracts. We're going to be meeting with each of council. So we're starting with a transportation committee early next week, but then we're trying to set up individual meetings with each council member to walk through this because there's scale and timing issues.
But if we don't set aside, we're trying to decide today whether to set aside some monies, right, for that?
Well, we've already set aside 16 million in the capital plan for this project. There's potential that we'll need another 5 million, but that's based on having the developers agree to put in 20 million.
Yeah.
We're a little, we're very concerned, so to speak, that the development community is going to be able to put in that. However, we do need to have those meetings and start to work through that with the development community.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to echo what the mayor said, is that we obviously don't want to lose the grant.
We also have potentially some breathing room. Feds have said that it can be extended potentially a year, and we're working through that issue right now.
Okay. I feel like it's almost a little premature without council having been briefed first on where we are in terms of, I think individual members are going to be briefed, and I think there's going to be a briefing before the transportation committee, but I think that without knowing the full requirement of this Piccadilly interchange, it's a little hard to prioritize right now. Further discussion?
Just another point. Oh, sorry.
If you wanted to finish up your thought.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with the not knowing where we are on the, what is it called? The the software upgrade. I forgot the name of it, the ERP, and then the Piccadilly and so forth. Should we not make decisions on one-time funds until the spring supplemental? Because I think that's a safer way to do it. Like we know we need to put money in reserves.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, we're not asking for a decision on I-70 Piccadilly today, or even setting aside any funds specifically. We, as the mayor said, it's premature to have that discussion today, but we did want to just bring it to your attention.
Helpful, thank you. Further discussion?
Mayor, Councilmember Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. Just wanted to chime in. One-time funds, I think, I like the direction that we're going. I'm excited to see what a new ERP system could do in terms of reducing duplicated efforts and just creating more control, high-level control and understanding of the health of our organization. As it relates to ongoing funds, similarly, I'm definitely open to the direction of the slide where you're talking about the specific items to discuss it back in the spring or in the spring. The one thing I would add is, and I know we're doing a lot now to support, development and, maintaining our small businesses, but I think I guess more of like a pointed thought around how to make sure that we're supporting folks out of this really tough time. Not just, can we be a little more, creative, as things progress, as needs develop. I know we're doing a lot already, but I'd be remiss if I didn't add that in, because I know it's just really important. And I know we're probably all individually having conversations with businesses in our area, and just like one-time funds and, these like small little stopgap measures are great, but I think there are probably corridors in the city that probably were struggling a little bit before COVID. So just, how do we continue to support them out of this hardship?
Okay, further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, Greg. I think the first is, if we wait on the conversation about the furloughs, is that going to impact our ability to reduce the number of furlough days for staff if we wait until the spring supplemental? And the same thing with the treat no transport fee. Do we have some time and some wiggle room to wait and discuss that?
Absolutely, you do. We've already had one of our furlough days, and what we talked about is, if we're going to reduce furlough days, we'll reduce them at the end of the year, because people tend to make plans around a day off, unfunded or not. So we definitely have some time for that. And same thing with the treat no transport fee. I mean, and that was a projection. And if we end up doing it for half a year, then we'll take half the money. We can phase that in. Absolutely.
Greg,
sorry, Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs, go ahead.
And then I just had one other, which is more around other ideas, because that's part of the question of council, which is looking at how we might be able to use some of these funds along with our other community development block grant and other funds toward purchase of land and land banking to address our housing needs.
Okay, Greg, on those furlough days, I would rather, so if people have plans, they can always take a day of leave. But otherwise it's a bonus. And let me tell you, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the city. And so I would rather just go ahead up front and in the furlough days, and have people either come to work or take a day of leave if they've got if they've already made plans, rather than give it at the end of the year as what would in effect be a bonus.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson.
We're a city manager form of government. This is something that I trust our city management and staff to make those decisions, since they're the ones who are overseeing staff and their responsibilities. I think we are really creeping. I mean, we can talk bigger issues of budget and furlough, but I feel it's very inappropriate for us as council to creep into saying how that's going to be managed.
Well, they just brought the issue before us. So
we were talking about bigger issues.
Well, you and I just differ on this. Further discussion.
Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
My feeling is that, we have been going through a time of cuts. I understand that. Frankly, what I would rather do is that the way you make a cut that I would prefer is that you eliminate positions. But we have a moral obligation, I believe, with our employees, where we said when we hired them that we would give this much pay and expect this much work. Telling our employees that we're going to take that pay away from them for furlough days. I understand it was an emergency. I understand we did that. But I believe our obligation is to pay the employees and make the employees work the amount of hours that they agree to, and pay them the amount that we agree to. So I would prefer to provide remove the furlough days and let the employees work the days that they expected to be paid.
Mayor.
Noted. Councilmember Marcano.
I actually want to echo Councilmember Gruber's comments on furlough days, and I also really want to push for the elimination of the treat no transport fees. That was something that we heard a lot from our constituents about when that made the news. And I also want to push for, as Councilmember Coombs said, the funding of housing solutions for our residents as well. Thank you.
Very well. Further discussion.
Noted.
Seeing none, I think no direction was requested. I think at this time we'll deal with these issues in the spring, although certainly there'll be ongoing discussions about the furlough days and how city management will deal with that issue.
Great. Yes. All right.
Strategic plan. Let's see what.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, it's a pleasure to be able to present to you this draft framework. If I could ask for permission to share, I'd like to get the presentation up, please. Thank you very much. Just to give you a bit of a brief overview as to what this process will look like. Very first thing is we're presenting this draft framework to you today. Based on your comments, we'll make any appropriate adjustments. We will use this overall plan as a basis for departments to develop their individual plans. We will also use it to develop key performance indicators, and I'll talk about a lot of these components in more detail as we get further into the presentation. We will implement the management platform to help us to facilitate the implementation and management of the plan. This will connect to our priority-based budgeting initiative. We'll begin cycle reviews as soon as the plans are implemented, and then we'll revise the plans as appropriate. So just a little bit of where the responsibilities lie on the components. The vision is typically owned by City Council, and we'll talk more about that when we get to the vision statement. The mission statement itself is city-led in terms of its development, but council approved. The values also are developed by staff, but council approved. And the outcome areas are owned by the council, but implemented by city staff. So how we got here, this initiative came out of a set of conversations led by City Manager Twombly and the management staff to develop a plan as a guiding document for decision-making and resource allocation. Back in late 2019, we went through an RFP, we competitively bid. We contracted with a facilitator, Novak Consulting, to help us with this plan. We relied upon them for helping us develop it using the Aurora Places comprehensive plan as a foundational document. We included in the initial stages input from City Council, from the city management and department directors, and also from city staff. We did a significant amount of public outreach. We had intended originally to focus on the outreach that was done with the comprehensive plan, but because the comprehensive plan and the strategic plan are essentially two different documents, we went out and did some more public outreach. COVID threw a monkey wrench into that initially. We had planned some in-person meetings, but our consultant had some success with doing some things virtually. And so we held a number of virtual summits, one with representatives from Aurora community organizations, another one with Aurora residents. We also met with the Immigration and Refugee Commission. And lastly, we posted surveys on our website and promoted those through communications for both our English and Spanish speaking residents. We'll start with the vision statement. Now, the vision statement describes in overarching terms how we'll achieve the, oh, excuse me, I'm on the wrong slide. Pardon me, I'll back up a little bit. The vision statement, council owns a vision statement and it articulates the desired future state of the city. It's what we want Aurora to become as a result of our efforts underneath this strategic plan. It's meant to be aspirational. It doesn't reflect the current state, but it's worded to have a future perspective. We believe this current state, as you see on the screen, embodies the spirit of the Aurora Places community vision in a memorable format. What we are looking for from council as we move through this are comments about anything that is either glaringly missing, unclear, or something that you believe we need to adjust. We're hoping to avoid a group wordsmithing activity, so we're looking for substantive input to the various items. So at this point, open for comments on the vision statement.
Comments? First of all, I think it looks great.
Oh,
Mayor. Who is it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't really like the vision statement. Well, I mean, inspired future, what does that mean? I like vibrant economy. I think we need to be looking at what, you know, the city needs to be about opportunity and creating jobs. And I mean, I like safest, but we're really not the safest. And I don't know how we could even say we would be the safest. I think public safety is a priority, but I don't know how we can say that in our vision. We'll be the safest. I don't know.
A lot of that will come from how we define our KPIs, our key performance indicators. These are the measures of success. So those will help us define terms such as safest and livable. Those will also, as you see, we'll get into strategic priorities around our various outcome areas. We have 8 outcome areas that we'll go through in just a little bit, that if we are successful in these outcome areas, we believe this will help us to become what this vision statement is showing. As far as what an inspired future looks like, that's essentially the work that we do as we become creative and ideas build upon ideas. That's the sense of inspiring change for the future to really become a world-class city.
So where did this come from? Because I thought we had a vision statement in the past that council drafted, but maybe I'm wrong.
There was a vision statement in the Aurora Comprehensive Plan. It's very long. What this one does is reduces a lot of that down into something that's a bit more memorable and a little easier to articulate, but also we think embodies the spirit of the comprehensive plan.
No, I like it. Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
I just want to say that I like the inspired future for the reasons that Wayne stated around, you know, being able to be creative and bold and try new things. So I like it.
Mayor?
Councilmember Johnston.
I also like it. Again, the vision is where we want to be. So having it mesh up with our comprehensive plan, I agree with Councilmember Coombs, based on the description of inspired future. I also am interpreting it that the future is going to be inspired by maybe what the community wants for the future to look like as well. So I'm, you know, that might be, you know, people are looking at that in different ways, but based on what Wayne had said, you know, of interpreting that, I like it. I think it encompasses a lot of what we are right now, but strive to be better.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I mean, to observe the request to not wordsmith this, because I kind of, that's where my mind first went. But I mean, high level, I don't think there's anything objectively wrong with wanting to aspire to some of these things. I think for me, it's going to be very critical about how we measure that. I'm thinking social determinants of health. Some of the things that help us achieve and get to equity, because all of these things are great, but I've seen and experienced the other side of really great things, right? And it's the same people who lose out, who have historically lost out on what a vibrant economy looks like, what an inspired future looks like, what a safe community looks like. That has implications for our low-income communities, our Black and Brown communities, our immigrant communities. So these are all great, but kind of are going to fall short if, you know, we just use the same narrative around what safety means, right? If we haven't learned lessons about, you know, what the Elijah McClain has taught us, what our task forces have taught us, housing, policing, etc. You know, what does a vibrant economy look like when we have redevelopment pressures that are literally pushing development towards a specific income and racial and ethnic demographic? That's what gentrification is. So, you know, sounds great. I'd love for us and our outcomes to be, and I'm going to be very critical about what that looks like if we're not actively having measures around equity and access built into, you know, defining some of these terms.
Those are excellent points. And I think, you know, when you're looking at a vision statement, you really are looking at a grand dream. And the devil is always in the details. And as we get into the various outcome statements and start to drill down into the strategic priorities, I think we'll be able to address some of your concerns, Councilmember Murillo. And I think you'll see that as we move further into the document.
Further discussion. Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you. The mission statement then gets into the overarching terms about how we're going to achieve the desired vision. The one you're going to see on the next slide was developed through the PACE committee, which is a group of employees that meet on a regular basis to talk about activities within the city and to connect with the community, and also by a group known as the Aurora Champions. The sentence break that I put into this presentation tries to show you the individual pieces so that you can get a better idea of what we're trying to communicate here. I'll leave that now for comments.
Comments?
I just have a question.
Councilmember Coombs.
And this is again more of a drilled down point that we'll probably be looking at later, but whether we consider public resources to include housing, business assistance, things like that, where there are the kinds of inequities that Councilmember Murillo had mentioned.
Yes. Again, vision mission statements, very high level, high altitude as we drill into the outcomes. And I think you'll see in the strategic priorities. And then eventually, as we determine the tactical implementation steps, we will get into the details of exactly what you've just requested.
Further discussion? Seeing none.
I just have one.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, so blah, 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 to public resources. Is there anything in here, maybe it comes later, as to, well, you do have efficient, innovative, and efficient services, but I mean, as a city, we are responsible to our constituents for providing quality water, for providing good transportation, good roads, maintaining the roads. We're supposed to also have, obviously, public safety. So just in terms of the critical services that we provide to our constituents, is that something addressed in the measurements further down?
Those you'll see as we get into the strategic priorities under the specific outcomes. Yeah, we went from the broad and we'll move to the detail. Perhaps it might have been better if we moved from the detail to the broad, but here we are. So yes, we'll get to those.
Further discussion? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, the values are the guiding principles and the fundamental beliefs that help staff function together as a team and help us work toward our common vision. Now, what you see here, these are what we call the core 4 values. These have been in place since 2012. This is not an exhaustive list of possibilities, nor are they necessarily what we might conclude are community values. These values are unique to our city government staff and their experiences herein. They are by design simple to understand and remember. As I mentioned, staff have been working under these since 2012. They are currently a foundation of our work culture and a necessity for any good organization to be successful. So any comments on the values before we move on?
Comments? Seeing none, then please move on.
Okay, now we start to get a little bit into the deeper details. The following 8 outcomes represent those areas in which we believe we need to be successful as a city in order to achieve the stated vision. Each outcome is accompanied by a descriptive statement and then followed by a set of recommended strategic priorities. The strategic priorities are broad house for achieving the outcomes, and they range in number from 1 to 5 per outcome. Staff will develop tactics, and those will become the detailed house for implementing the specific strategies. These will be part of the departmental strategic plans that will be developed once we have the input on the overall framework. Now, we understand there are many ways to articulate the desired outcome, and so again, we hope that you'll look at substance over form, and we'll start now with the very first one, which is thriving. This is the statement that we have for the outcome of thriving, and following this, we'll take a look at the strategic priorities. So if you have any comments on this, happy to hear them.
Any comments? Please proceed.
Okay, the strategic priorities, I'm not going to read these out to you, but you can see here, this first one deals with dealing with smart partnerships with business, nonprofits, and the arts organizations in the city. And this is to get those connections and investments moving forward.
Comments? Please proceed.
Second one has to do with developing an economic development plan to look at multiple types of employers and a diverse employment base.
I have a comment.
Councilmember Combs.
This one. So as I was looking through the backup, I noticed that overall within thriving, particularly here on economic development, that there's nothing about quality wages and quality of life for employees. And so that's of concern to me. And then in the subsequent priorities, also that there wasn't anything about housing, and this seems to be a place where housing would belong.
Yep, Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
I also want to add that this seems to be very focused on bringing folks here as opposed to like growing our own talent and opportunity right here at home as well. So I just want to see if we can incorporate that in here as well.
Further comments? Seeing none, please proceed. Oh, Councilmember Gruber.
So Wayne, I guess where I'm coming from on this is that there's a number of things that we identified in the Aurora Places plan and a number of concepts. And I'm not certain whether this would be the best place to put it, but there are some things that I think we need to consider. You know, I look at a strategic plan, you know, the success of a strategic plan is 20 years from now, you look back and say, okay, all those things we said we wanted to do, have we done them, and are we where we wanted to be? So some of the things that are happening right now that directly impact the future of Aurora that I think need to be specifically stated, again, either here or maybe later in the plan, are the concepts of expanding aerospace within the Aurora community. So that when someone in Chicago or Indianapolis says, have you heard of Aurora, Colorado? Said, yeah, they've got a great aerospace sector there. I mean, we just saw Buckley Air Force Base come out and said that they had a $1.3 billion impact into our community. And it would be good for us, I believe, to have in our plan that we want to continue to expand that. 1.3 billion is a good base to begin going much further than that. Another area that Aurora is unique is in our bioscience center. Mayor Laguerre and I went to Japan last year, or 2 years ago now, with the Aurora sister cities and visited the bioscience centers in Osaka, Kyoto, and other areas. And we were with the University of Colorado staff. And what we were doing is compare and contrast what they've done and what we've heard in Europe to what is being done at the Anschutz campus and the future of Anschutz campus. And Anschutz is not quite a microcosm, but it's beginning to be similar to what's happened in Kyoto and some of these others. And those are generating, you know, hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in those cities. So expanding a bioscience center and making Aurora, you know, known as something similar to Silicon Valley in the IT world is a strategic goal, or something that we should identify as the future of Aurora, and something we want the entire country to know us for. The last thing is there's been a lot of work and a lot of discussion, and it's coming to PED soon, is a concept of an inland port. Kansas City has it, San Antonio has it, there's a number of them throughout the country. And the idea there is to create a logistics center based on what you have in your community and expanding that logistics center. Because once you have a heavy logistics center, not only do you have a huge number of additional jobs, good paying jobs, but logistics is the baseline of what you need in order to begin manufacturing sector, which the metro area is very poor in right now. So having Aurora become, and I wouldn't use the word inland port yet because that hadn't been approved by anybody, but the idea that that Adams County has just approved a rail spur off the Union Pacific rail line just east of the Colorado Air and Spaceport. The fact that we have a Colorado Air and Spaceport, the fact that the Aerotropolis is putting new roads, high-speed roads, to connect I-70 to Jackson Gap on the east side of the airport. The fact that you know, we already have agreements, and we have a large logistics sector, both in the Porteos and the J.E. Green, and I can list through, you know, a number of the developers. But if we became an inland port, if we became a center of commerce for trucking, rail, air, and yes, space, but we're talking a strategic plan, so maybe, you know, 20 to 50 years from now, that could be something. But we do have one of the few spaceports. So that would be an aspirational goal or something in thriving. So, and again, so what I'm thinking about is, you know, a person in Indianapolis talking about Aurora, Colorado. Oh yeah, you know, I know they have an inland port similar to Kansas City, similar to San Antonio. I've heard a lot about that. I know that they're very successful with it. I know they have a bioscience center. I've heard that they've got one of the best in the nation. And we're, you know, if I'm in the bioscience world, maybe I want to go to Aurora and start my company, or, you know, go to the University of Colorado, work at the hospital and start my company and keep my company there. And then the same, again, in the aerospace industry, with the work that's going on, not just on Buckley itself, but the surrounding companies, the Raytheon, Raytheon is hiring like crazy. Northrop is hiring. Many of the aerospace companies are hiring right now. And this is something that we want Aurora to be known for, that we have these good jobs. So those three things as a minimum, I would like to see in a strategic plan. Aurora is going to become, and again, inland port might not be the right word, but Aurora's a world-class inland port. Aurora is a world-class science center. Aurora is world-class aerospace infrastructure. Those type things that 20 years from now we can say, okay, did we do that? Are we successful? Do we have those things? I think that should be in the plan.
So noted. And your reference earlier to the comprehensive plan, there will be some areas of overlap between these two and the steps that are outlined in the comprehensive plan. A lot of those tactical steps may be included into the strategic plan, but I have noted your other suggestions and those from the other council members on this one as well.
Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. Just to tag on that thing, and to I guess bring that last part of the conversation full circle, and to allude to my earlier comments is the socioeconomic problems that plague grand ideas, right? When we put in a medical center in an impoverished community, you see the wealth gap kind of increase. How do we start having metrics around helping manage some of that inequities? That's kind of the I guess the nuance I'm looking for, in that we are not forsaking this like grand vision and forsaking the process to get there and expediting the process by continually ignoring people who have traditionally been ignored in that conversation. So again, low wage earners, there are racial and ethnic connections around that as well, ability to build wealth, those kinds of things, so that we're not ignoring, we can achieve that vision, but we're not fast tracking it because it sounds good, but because we are actually, I think somebody else said this earlier, growing our own, and we are reducing that wealth gap that we see when large opportunity presents itself. There will be people who are going to want to exploit a system to their benefit, and where legally possible that happens. But it is, I think, our charge to monitor that gap and making sure that folks are equitably accessing and growing their ability to earn income, build wealth, have a good education, etc.
Further discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Thank you. Wayne, will there, you've got number 3. Let's see. You didn't finish, did you? We just jumped ahead of you.
Well, I'll just put 3, 4, and 5 up there so you can see them.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's kind of embedded in this, but I think obviously we are so dependent upon sales tax, and yet I don't see like retail strategy as a focal point. And I think that has to be in there. Like, how do we deal with the changing environment, especially with this pandemic and in the future, and how retail will look since we're so dependent upon it?
Okay, I've noted that as well.
Further discussion.
Yeah, and I would just like to interject something and just a reminder that these strategic priorities under thriving that we're talking about, again, are broad and will be underlain with tactics, like Wayne said. So the sorts of things that you're talking about, are more specific in nature. And like Wayne has said, he's noting these things, but they will appear in how do we achieve these strategic priorities. So, for example, on economic development and the retail aspect and the importance of sales tax, number 2 up there was develop an economic development plan, and we would expect under develop an economic development plan, we talk about the biomedical campus, the aerospace, the logistics, those sorts of things will be part of an economic development plan. Again, these are strategic priorities that are kind of broadly based, and we will work together with you on spelling out, what the tactics are under each of these items.
But Jim, if I may, a retail strategy, that is a big priority. Then under that you have your tactics, but it's 55% of our income comes from retail sales, and if we don't have an actual plan at the broad level, that has to be the kind of, you've got your economic development, that's jobs, that's primary jobs. And it does say small business, but it doesn't. I think you almost have to address retail in the big picture, and then drill down.
Okay, I would say that you can define retail as a part of your economic development plan. But we should move on.
Further discussion. Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, the next outcome is SAFE, and you have the statement there in front of you. There are 3 strategic priorities that we'll go over on the next slide. Any comments?
I don't understand here is it makes it look like it's our responsibility as a government to promote safety. I think citizens can help. I don't know. It looks a little it looks a little ambiguous.
Okay, well let's show you the strategic priorities and see if these help.
Mayor?
Councilmember Lawson.
Wayne, so I understand we were drilling down on the strategic plan. I guess for me, because I think that there should be something enacted in here regarding diversity, because we are kind of in a diverse community. So how people view public trust is going to be different in the thinking process. So I don't see anything in here that talks about the diversity of the community, kind of the importance of that. When we're talking about public safety, we're talking about trust with the community, their government. I just think that there should be something implemented in here that really kind of brings that to home. So.
Okay, you see the first initiative does talk about trying to gain the public's trust. There was a sense by staff that we didn't want to take for granted that we had ever had the public's trust, so we didn't use the word regain. So this is built directly toward gaining that public trust. And then we also do have some other outcomes around being a diverse community. I think one of the keys that's coming out to me from this conversation is we're going to have to show how those various outcomes connect to each other and how the tactics under those will overlap as we go forward. So I hope that will address some of your concerns, Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, and I wasn't talking about regain, I misspoke. And I'll have to go down, but to me, in this particular one as well, I just think that there should be something mentioned in there because we are a community that is very diverse. Public trust is looked at differently in Aurora from different people, nationalities, culture. So I think that if that's what we're promoting, diversity, and we're safe, I just think it should be somewhat implemented in this particular safe strategic priority. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I also just wanted to add that a lot of what Councilmember Murillo mentioned when we were talking about thriving also applies to public safety. And I think that we need to start making that connection between building equitable, economic opportunity and really working to address these long-standing inequities in our community, a lot of them based on race and, exacerbated by class. That will also tie directly into safety. And I just don't want that to be lost on us.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, what I think is missing is reducing crime. I mean, right now, all I hear from my constituents is how much crime has increased and that they're afraid and that they feel like we're not doing enough to prevent crime. So I know it says protecting and serving, but I think, I mean, obviously public safety, I mean, we need to address reduction of crime.
Noted.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs.
So I just want to really echo and highlight what was said by both Councilmember Lawson and Councilmember Marcano. Diversity and serving our diverse communities and getting that trust is really crucial and is a big part of the concerns that we have around safety in our community. And also that, economic stability, housing security are important pieces of safety and equity in those things. So reducing those inequalities that make some folks feel unsafe, even when other members of our community may feel safe.
I think we can do that.
Further discussion. Seeing none, please proceed.
There's the last one, and this has more to do with the environment in general, making sure that we maintain a safe environment for the city. Our next outcome is planned and maintained. This is the statement that we have crafted. Any comments? Okay, there are 4 strategic priorities under planned and maintained, and I'll put all 4 of them up at once.
This is Mike Hoffman. Maybe this is too much detail, but to promote walkable communities. Further discussion.
I would just add to that, Mayor.
Councilmember Coombs. Councilmember Coombs.
Multimodal in general, so not just walkable, but also mass transit and just modes of transport other than driving.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Just number 4, I don't think that fits in here. It's all about infrastructure and technology.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. Councilmember Lawson.
I think in 4, because I think there was an initial thought process that we would have like a community engagement kind of project that would be, or something, a platform where the community could actually engage and participate in our development projects. And I think that's very important and key, and it should be something, if we're not thinking about it now, it should be something that we should be thinking about in the future. So I think that should be maybe added to 4, or maybe an additional one to be thinking about.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. I also wanted to add on item 3, accessible, as a, someone who has who's married to someone with a disability and who has a lot of people with disabilities in their life. Our infrastructure is not always accessible. I just want to make sure we're not leaving that out. And I also wanted to echo what Councilmember Lawson said. I think that's what we're trying to do with the Engage Aurora portal that we just stood up. But I think the more we can do in that direction, the better. So I agree with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Well, then can number 4, I guess I just don't think it's worded correctly, but I understand what Councilmember Lawson is saying in terms of engaging the community on capital infrastructure. Is that, it's specific, this is specific to capital infrastructure. So is that what okay.
Yeah, because I think there was an idea that came to one of our sessions, our workshops, where Jim kind of presented where that was something where we wanted to go, where the community would have an engagement process, has some engagement in our capital improvement projects. And I think that that's important, so.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Okay, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Further discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. I was just gonna add, when it comes to capital infrastructure, I know it's a master plan, but I mean, and so you're planning for older, newer, you know, kind of different timelines, but like pointedly highlighting, you know, kind of the aging infrastructure when you think about like the growth of a community, the urban core and kind of this, you know, suburban kind of outgrowth, that looks different. And there was different development philosophies at the time, you know, how does that, and that, I think that relates to some of the other goals around like walkable communities, you know, so in order to bring, it's not just like aging infrastructure, it's, you know, different philosophies around development and literally how things are built, and the, you know, trying to infuse newer concepts around, for example, like redevelopment of older communities and widening sidewalks, because now we have ADA, different ADA requirements, and we plan differently around, you know, living and working in the same community. That's, I think, very different than what older infrastructure like Ward 1 was originally developed as. So, you know, how do we equitably address that type of infrastructure and older, I guess, development philosophies? And then when it comes to capital or just like planning and maintaining infrastructure, I don't see any like environmental goals. I'm not sure it fits here, but you know, I'd be remiss if, you know, didn't mention like, you know, where's that consideration around like environmental sustainability? You know, does it belong here and or in other strategic priorities as well?
Yeah, I think we do have some connections in terms of the sustainability and other outcome areas, but we will need to show those connections as we move forward.
Further discussion?
Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I just, I wanted to ask, just because I know we're way behind on time, if we could get through the presentation and then ask questions, because a lot of the questions that have come up so far are in either future slides. And I keep hearing, you know, the response, oh, well, this is in this section. So I don't know, Mayor, that's really your call. I know we're behind. I wanted to know if we could just get the presentation first.
Is there any objection to moving forward through the whole presentation before taking further questions? Seeing none, then please proceed to move through the whole presentation.
All right, the next one has to do with becoming a diverse outcome. And for this one, we have 3 strategic priorities. All of this material, by the way, that you're seeing here is in the packet information. These are the 3 strategic priorities that are currently outlined for this particular item. Wellness is our next outcome. There are only 2 strategic broad priorities for this one. Engaged is the next one, and for engaged, there is only 1 strategic priority. Equitable is the next outcome. There are 3 strategic priorities that have to do with the equitable outcome. Our final outcome is becoming a resilient community. There are 2 slides of strategic priorities related to this. The first set. pardon me. Second set. Now, the next steps, once we have gone through and addressed your questions, first of all, we wanted to get your input today. We'll make adjustments, and then, of course, this material will come back to you. Moving on from there, we will begin to train the departments on the template that was developed with the consultant for the tactical plans. People will complete those. We'll do an alignment check to make sure that the tactical plans align with the overall strategies they're intended to support. We'll then combine both the tactical plans and the strategic framework into one plan, bring that for approval, and then begin to implement it, and also connect it to priority-based budgeting. Part of the development of key performance indicators, ideally, you want to have indicators that build upon each other. You want them also to align from the staff level of the organization to the vision level. Every staff member ideally would have a work plan that they could look at their tasks and see specifically how that addresses either a particular tactic, strategy, outcome, or the vision in general. This is making sure that we align those measures across the city. I did mention a performance management platform. We've received 4 responses to an RFP for a performance management platform. This will provide us a number of benefits. First of all, it'll provide the opportunity to develop 2 types of dashboards. One dashboard will be an internal dashboard that we will use to manage our various tactics and progress against our key performance indicators. The external dashboard becomes a transparency and accountability tool where we will be able to show the community the progress we are making toward our various strategic initiatives. Currently, these platforms are in use in a number of communities. Fort Collins, Kansas City, Scottsdale, Arizona are some excellent examples of where platforms like this are being used across the country. They're very effective. As mentioned earlier with the enterprise risk management or resource management platform, one of the challenges is getting the data into these. Currently, IT has a business intelligence project that they're going to be looking on that'll support data accumulation, manipulation, and transfer because we want to make these dashboards easy to populate so that we can make rapid and excellent decisions moving forward. Lastly, involved in this is a plan review cycle. We're proposing several different phases of this. First of all, a regular quarterly review where we look at the progress against our KPIs and our tactics. Annually, we'll hold a review to look back at the year as a whole, similar to the quarterly review, but we'll also include an environmental scan. This will be looking back over the year to see what has transpired that could affect our strategies or our outcomes or even our overall vision statement, and then looking forward to see what items are on the horizon that we need to prepare for, and do any of those items require us to adjust our tactics or our strategies. Lastly, there's a wholesale review that occurs at some point in time, yet to be determined. Typically, the timing on those reviews is impacted by the degree of change within an industry. For instance, if we were a technology company, change happens rapidly, so we'd be doing these wholesale reviews of our strategic plans on a more frequent basis. Local government, it doesn't change that rapidly, so it may be longer, say 3, 5, even 8 years before we'd come back and do a wholesale review. When we do our annual reviews, this will help us to make that determination as to when we need to do a wholesale review one more time. And that is the end of the presentation.
Mayor?
Discussion, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff. I'm really excited about this, especially last year, given our discussion on priority-based budgeting. This works really well. I know that we're just going through the priorities, but since we've had some discussion from council on achieving those priorities, I wanted just to take an opportunity to share what I've been working on that covers multiple strategic priorities under engagement, wellness, resilient. In the strategic plan backup, it's pages 34, 35, and 37. For the last couple of months, I've been working with staff on climate action issues, working with our oil and gas division and how we can interface efforts with that. There are three specific areas. One is Aurora providing an environment that allows our community members to live an active lifestyle, open spaces, clean water, physical, mental well-being, et cetera. Another one is develop a comprehensive environmental stewardship plan for the protection and sustainability of our natural resources and open spaces. And then finally, a strategic priority of Aurora staff and elected officials, reach out, listen to, foster active participation by Aurora's diverse communities in developing better solutions and make better decisions related to community issues. So I will be bringing forward addressing these priorities with a climate action committee that will have a three-pronged approach of that community engagement on sustainability and climate action, as well as the state and federal regulations and requirements that have come from the governor's office, as well as the federal government on how the city will comply. And then finally, the incentives and programs available to our residents and having communications help get out with that program. But of course, all of that interfaced with our staff, our oil and gas division, and having this new committee address those issues. So since we had a few council members talk about some of those issues before that, I wanted to bring this up and more detail to come with an ordinance. Thank you.
Discussion. Further discussions.
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
So just on a couple of points from the overall priorities under wellness, I think that's an important area to talk about. Social determinants of health, and include that in the discussion. Under engaged, again, referring back to Councilmember Marcano's point about accessibility, that's an important component of our engagement. And then I was wondering, with respect to the resiliency component, if there has been any discussion, and I know this is a little drilled down, on working with NLC and the Resilient Cities Network on grants and programs that they have available in that area.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Since we're just a city and not a county, do we, in our strategic plan, does it mention partnerships with county and state governments? Because a lot of, we're kind of overlap on a lot of this. And it seems, we're dependent upon sales tax, and we do seem to be taking on more and more of things that possibly are the responsibility of the county. I understand we have to work together, and some of those things do overlap, but just concerned that we're not accessing our resources through the proper channels of the county. Like, we don't really seem to communicate with them.
Response by staff. Further discussion.
Actually, that was a question.
Okay. Staff.
For staff, yeah. Is there anything in the strategic plan about partnerships with the counties?
Well, we don't have anything specifically about partnerships with the county. I think that some of these issues that we're addressing would require us to build partnerships with the county. Under Thriving, we do talk about smart partnerships with businesses, nonprofits, arts organizations, and community members to facilitate connections and investment in the city. Our counties are certainly part of our community members.
I would like it spelled out more than just community members. That doesn't talk about government entities specifically.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, is it Councilmember?
Murillo.
Councilmember Murillo.
Thank you. Yeah, just going back to, and I would assume that if we wanted to, write down some of these things, since we didn't go through all of them kind of slide by slide for the sake of an efficient meeting, that we can still, submit responses and edits. But just one thing on the equitable outcomes and strategic priorities, I guess. I like that it's, that we have one, first of all. And then the thing that I would add there in the strategic priorities and just like the definition relates to, how do we overcome, I guess, historical inequities? Because we can start now to make better, more equitable decisions, but that's still, people are still starting at different points. And so, we talk about like wealth gaps, and access and opportunity, it might still, we might be making better decisions now, but in order to, I guess, catch people up that have been historically disenfranchised, like how do we incorporate kind of that type of train of thought, and especially as it relates to housing, redlining, some things that governments were specifically responsible for and taken part of, and some that, maybe not necessarily, that just were the, I guess, prevailing dominant narrative of the time. But yeah, so I guess that'd be the only thing is like, how do we make good decisions moving forward, equitable, and then how do we address the inequities from that have built up over the past that impact people's quality of life now?
Further discussion.
Mayor Burzins.
Councilmember Burzin.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Summers and his group, and I really enjoyed talking to you when we had our meeting. I think I was brutally frank with you. One of my questions is, what did you do with our past strategic plans? And I know Aurora's changed, things have changed, we're growing like crazy, but I have spent hours and hours and hours during workshops talking about how Aurora is growing and how we need to meet the needs of the city so we can grow smart. So I was curious, what happened with all those other strategic plans and mission statements and all like that we have had in the past? And from what I'm seeing, most of it has just gone by the wayside. And I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to be critical of you. I mean, it's just a question.
Staff response.
Wayne, are you still there? Well, Councilmember, I wasn't aware that we had any previous strategic plans.
Oh boy.
Yes, we've had plenty of workshops with exercises.
Well, but this that's different from having a strategic plan that the council approves and what we're talking about here.
Oh, we approved it. We would spend one whole workshop, and we would even hire people to come in and lead us through. So I was just curious if Mr. Summers and his group didn't get their hands on it. I wonder why. I wonder why you didn't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've asked staff about strategic plans and if guiding decision making. I'm not aware of any. I know others that are on here that have been around certainly longer than me, Nancy or Jason.
Yeah, Jim, I would say, I think to council's point, we've been through workshops where we've done visions and mission statements, and I think those have been referenced. But to your point, Jim, they've never progressed beyond that. We've had the vision statements, the mission statements, and then we've never progressed to a strategic plan with the linkages that Wayne went over. So you then can cascade from the vision, the mission, to strategic outcomes, to tactical implementation plans, to tying to performance measures. We've never progressed anything that detailed. We've kind of stopped at that vision and mission statements.
I have to disagree. I was in some of those workshops. Now, maybe not exactly at the whole strategic plan, but we've had workshops where we talked about strategy and where we want, what are our priorities? Where do we want to be in 5 years, in 10 years? We've had those discussions on whiteboards, and staff took, you know, the papers that we ripped off that had all the ideas in brainstorming exercises.
Mayor Johnston. May I respond?
Councilmember Johnson, please.
Thank you. So I've been going on my 4th year, and while yes, what Councilmember Bergen said, we've had some of those exercises and some has been connected to the comprehensive plan. We have never, for someone who's been doing strategic plans professionally, we've never had a real strategic plan. And what we've had before, since I haven't, and I know we have other council members who were elected when I was here, what we did have, even with some of those goals and visions, is severely outdated. So, you know, it's good to have history and see where we came from, but this is much more fresh and in tune with our community, where we're going in the future, and as I'm saying is an actual strategic plan that we've not had before, at least while I've been on.
Mayor Bersens.
Councilmember Bersens.
Thank you. No, I agree that the city has changed, absolutely. I just don't want our history to be canceled, for lack of a better word, what we've done and how we've grown. You know, we have grown a lot. So I do like these. I think they need to be fine-tuned. And I look forward to bringing them back in the future. And I guess we'll have another discussion on them in the future. So again, thank you, Mr. Summers.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I think you're bringing this up allows us to highlight the fact that the review cycle that will be incorporated into this will make sure that we don't lose sight of our strategic plans going forward, that we do maintain that history, and that we are continually revising and updating these plans to make sure that they're current. So thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, and just a last point on this, and I appreciate what we're doing now. I think it's really important work, and you've done a great job, Wayne. I think in some of the past, whether it was not as comprehensive, there have been exercises where we talked about, you know, what we wanted to accomplish, whether it be in 1 year or 5 years. And I don't want us to lose sight of accomplishments, like what did we accomplish based off that past history, and what's left that we did not yet accomplish. So I don't know where all that material is, but it would be nice to you know, not lose that information.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Murillo.
Yeah, I just, again, circling back to some of the, just like my holistic thoughts on this conversation. I like that we have kind of an equity outcome. I would also just offer like another way to think about equity. And, you know, an example I can point to is as the co-chair of the RTD Accountability Committee, we, instead of having an equity team or committee, we committed to an equitable, again, an equity framework. And that, not sure how it would specifically translate here, but just the concept that equity should kind of permeate all of these different outcomes, and that it should be a way of analyzing decision making, and kind of being transparent with, if we're going to move forward with a decision, there's always going to be pros and cons, and it's about managing and mitigating impacts where we can, and disparate impacts particularly. So, you know, just like a thought of a framework of decision making that infuses equity and that like doesn't just make it the responsibility of one goal area or one department or just the city manager, right? That it is kind of infused bottom up, and it's clear to me that it's top down, right? That we have had direction from our city manager. We have an entire office dedicated to helping strategize, and maybe that's where it lives from just a structural standpoint, but a lens and outcomes with that lens, that anyone from the bottom, like just every day, like an intern, and not that they're any less important, but from just like an organizational chart, that from our interns up and management down, there is a process by which we evaluate equitable impacts, disparate impacts, and that is kind of front of conversation, even if at one level of decision making it can't all be addressed, but that we're all discussing and addressing that.
Okay.
Mayor, this is Nancy, and I'd comment on
Nancy, please.
Questions, since I've probably been around a long time, but there were earlier, and I think it's a matter of semantics, where we did have mission statements and goals, and then those goals were assigned to the various policy committees with action steps. And I think, it's my impression that evolved in the comp planning effort that planning undertook. And then that became we spent a lot of work on the comp plan, which then became a lot of goals for the city. And then this is coming back to all of Wayne efforts and these current efforts, going back to a more formalized strategic plan with specifics and actions under it that then we can put more meat around. But I think it just evolved into what we have now.
Further discussion.
Mayor?
Councilmember Combs.
So just looking back through the priorities again, I don't know if this might go under resiliency or perhaps engagement, but having some reflection of a commitment to collaborative relationships among staff and council, that we're all working together as a team for the benefit of our community.
Further discussion. Seeing none, there's no action item on this, and I think staff has all the input. Staff has a lot of input, I think, from the members, and so, Mr. Summer, is there anything else?
No, sir. I think we have plenty to go back and work on, and I don't know, Jim, if you have any concluding comments that you want to make.
No, I just would thank you all for those comments, and we will integrate those into the outcomes and the priorities, and you'll hear from us again on this.
Okay, the time is now 11:02. We'll take a break, stand at recess. Let's see, 11:02, and let's do 15 minutes. I tell you what, we'll come back at, we'll come back at 11:15. Council stands in recess. The City Council workshop, Saturday, February 20th is called back to order. Capital planning, Mr. Schwanley.
Actually, that's
oh,
go ahead and
sorry.
unless Jim, if you wanted to have any starting comments. And Katie, can I also get access again? Share access?
Yes, 1 second.
Yeah, and I was just going to say that about the capital planning, because of course we talked about this last year at the winter workshop. You know, when COVID hit, we kind of put this on hold because we were obviously scrambling, you know, on budget issues and everything else we were dealing with. But here we are a year later, all the infrastructure we're talking about, the buildings, everything is a year older, so the need is, it's not the same, it's actually growing. So we need to bring this back and have this be you know, top of mind issue that we deal with. And so some of this is a little bit of a refresher from what we've talked about before, but we do need a path forward with this. So Greg, are you leading off with this?
I am.
Okay.
In fact, I'm just going to basically say what you just said. So that was excellent. Yeah, we brought back this capital infrastructure master plan discussion to you about a year ago. We said run with it, and we started running with it, and then we stopped. So brief history of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to find a solution to fund the capital needs in the city, not only maintaining the current assets for the current levels of service, but also replacing the assets and constructing and creating new assets with the growth of the city. Now, as we talked about, this was discussed, a year and a half ago, maybe even 2 years ago, winter workshop, spring workshops, October of 2019 study session. We went ahead and put $500,000 into the 2020 budget for this. It was awarded to a company, then it was rescinded. And in the end, we just never used the budget. That was part of the budget balancing, was that $500,000. And of course, COVID put everything to an end. So in looking back at what we were trying to do, the first one is updating the comprehensive facilities master plan. The last time we did this, excuse me, was about 12 years ago, 13 years ago. It was back in 2008. And so we had departments give us project lists. And then we were going to do some internal vetting. That's kind of where everything kind of stopped with COVID. There's about $2.4 billion in projects all over the place. There's some transportation related projects, public safety, pros, facilities, IT, housing. There's just a myriad of projects. In that is the transportation related projects is that discussion about the $20 million road maintenance shortfall. And so just like last time, I'm going to stop sharing for a little bit because you're going to have another 2-for-1 presentation discussion. Is it Tom? Is it you that's up?
It is.
Well, yeah.
Great. Yep.
That'll be me and Cindy.
Yes. And Katie, could you give Tom the rights to present? Thank you. And while Tom's getting teed up, like City Manager Twombly mentioned, this is just a refresher of what was presented last year with a little bit of updated information regarding our road maintenance situation.
Well, it doesn't want to.
I can see your desktop.
Did that come up yet, Sin?
Yes, but you're not in presentation mode. You're in with the speaker mode. The next slide.
Uh-oh. How do I change that, Cindy?
Tom,
sorry, this is Lynn. Go ahead and pull up your presentation like you had before. Start presenting it. And then so go over to display settings and swap.
Okay.
There we are. Thank you for patience.
All righty. Yes, thank you for patience this morning. And Mayor, Council, thank you for having me in this morning to talk about this very important maintenance project that we have. We've come to council just about every year as long as I can remember and talk a little bit about this program. And so I was asked to give an abridged version of this morning. So we'll go with that. We'll talk a little bit about it. As you know, this would be our toolbox, and this is what this is these are all the different maintenance activities that we can do on our road surfaces, from least expensive being crack seal all the way up to reconstruction, which you can see these are dollars per lane mile to do repairs on it. We typically do a lot of crack and patchwork and slurry and chip, and then overlay is the big program that we do. And we do overlay with a couple of different types of asphalt. We do the arterials are done with a product called SMA, which is stone matrix, and that's a whole nother presentation I could give. And then the collectors we do with HMA. And as you are all well aware, since 2016, we currently do not have a residential paving program. We do not do any overlay if a pavement condition index in a neighborhood has fallen below a 70. All we can do is patch to make safe. So we're pretty limited there. So how did we get there? What happened was we've just been deferring maintenance over the last several years, and the double whammy on us has been right in this area here, where we had a rapid expansion in the city between 1998 to 2006. We expanded our road surfaces by over 250 miles. Those roads, it is really prime time for those roads to be receiving some type of maintenance. And we haven't really ever increased or have not increased our budget as such. And we have these additional roads, and that's really what's driving the problem. What I'm really worried about, though, is that we see this rapid expansion here between 98 and 2006 of our road network. And if you look over here in 2018, we really started to expand. And even though we're in the midst of a pandemic, we have not seen construction slow. And in fact, we've seen construction increase in several places. And I'm a little bit worried that we're going to repeat this whole process that we went through from 98 to 2006, that we're going into another rapid expansion with no growth in our budget needs. So this is a pavement condition curve, and I know that council has heard me talk about a pavement condition index before. It's basically an age curve. The surface is an engineered surface, and so we can measure the degradation of that over time. We know what our wonderful sun and weather does to our pavement over time, and this curve allows us to gauge what condition our pavement is in over the lifetime of it. So currently where we're sitting is we have a PCI of around 69, and that would be our overall pavement condition index. That includes all the arterials, all the collectors, all of the residentials. You see that is just sitting right between the satisfactory and fair category. And you know, when you look at an overall PCI, there's some other things that we should probably consider. Because we are rapidly expanding and we have so many new roads coming online, this PCI index could be slightly skewed, telling us that our roads are better because there's more new roads, or just because of the amount of new roads that's coming on. I really feel like this is if you look at on the side there, it talks about the arterial road types being at about a 64 and collectors at 70 and locals at 70. So that 69 is about an average of all of them. This is kind of the history we talked about, where we came from earlier in this council workshop. We have an unmet need. This tracks budget versus where the actual budget versus what dollars we should actually be expending on our roadway infrastructure. And when you don't spend as much, obviously that's called deferred maintenance. And so we've created a pretty good hole here. I would estimate that hole to be probably about $43 million is what I think that deferred maintenance cost is. And one of the questions Cindy asked me earlier this week was if we had a one-time shot and we wanted to improve our system so that we got all the arterials above a 70, you'd be looking at a one-time cost of over $70 million because we'd be doing around 400 miles of arterial that is below a PCI index of 70. So, and kind of with that, I've also been asked to think about how long will it take us to rebound if we do infuse the budget with additional monies. How long would it take us to rebound? And it took us a long time to get to where we're at, and it's going to take us a while to dig ourselves out. I would estimate that time frame could be anywhere between 10 and 15 years before we really start to see roadways that are improving. So kind of with that, here's the, we've talked a lot about this 15, 20, 25 plan. What that means is that we would want to replace or overlay our arterial streets about every 15 years. All of them would fit into that cycle. We would do the same thing with the collectors on a 20 and the same with the residential. Currently, our paving cycles, you can see at the top of this slide, the arterial streets are at about 29 years. And the collectors, we're in pretty good shape there with 17, but residential streets 61. Pavement just does not last that long. And one of the interesting things that I've been talking to my boss, Len Center, about is we say 15 years for arterial streets with SMA, and we're seeing those road sections actually only lasting about 12 to 14 years, which doesn't sound that bad. But what's going on there is that the roadways, when we should consider doing a perpetual pavement on some of those sections because the city is growing so fast and we're experiencing more truck traffic and just a lot more of that. So I know there's probably a million questions out there, and Cindy, I think you may have some things you want to interject on here.
No, you covered everything just fine, but as council and mayor and council can see, we still have a running problem and getting more of a deficit as the years go on.
As Mayor Kaufman, just let me just say I have been, I've had a meeting with staff, and they are crunching the numbers on what it might look like if we take, say, this year as a base year, and then we take a percentage of revenue growth above the base year and apply it to the road maintenance problem. And so they're crunching those numbers to see what that percentage of the growth might look like.
Mayor.
Further questions, discussion?
Mayor.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question for staff here. Of the network expansion over time, how much of this is attributable to metro districts, either residing within the metro district or built because of connection to proposed metro districts?
Staff?
So with the current expansion that we have going on, I believe, and Jacob Cox is on the phone as well, on the call as well, but they are metro district. The expansion will be within metro districts. So for the future, not all of the previous expansion was within metro districts. I think that started back in 2004, if I'm not incorrect, Jacob.
Hi, Cindy. Yeah, that is accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
So, sorry, I did have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, sir. So I guess I'm really looking for like a concrete number, like what percentage of this starting from when we began running a deficit. And then I had another question for you on this same topic. So basically in our current model service plan, the Metro District covers the cost of initial road construction, but then dedicates those to the city, and we're responsible for ongoing maintenance. And one of the things that I'm concerned about is, a lot of these Metro Districts came online, 10, 15 years ago. They're now up for, getting into the schedule for, road maintenance. And we couldn't afford to build these roads to begin with, but now we're charged with maintaining them on an ongoing basis. So I'm seeing that we're digging ourselves a hole by allowing Metro Districts effectively to offload the cost of maintaining the infrastructure that they fund initially onto the city. So I'd like to discuss if it's possible to change our model service plans so that Metro Districts are responsible for the ongoing maintenance of their roads as well. Because otherwise we're going to keep seeing our deficit grow.
So, regarding the deficit question, Councilmember Marcano, the model service plans started in 2004. So it's since that point in time. Right now, the only way for a Metro District to maintain roads and other infrastructure within their development is when they are private, and that is generally developer driven. And then that also means we don't do any street sweeping, snow plowing, concrete repair. The current model service plans, as I understand it, and I think Jacob can talk about this much more eloquently than I can, but the current model service plans that they have, they were not anticipating owning and maintaining the road system. And so the portion of that mill levy is probably not where it needs to be for them to take that on. The other item is then that would be in perpetuity. And I think the theory of the Metro Districts is at some point, the Metro Districts, once they've fulfilled their obligations, go away. And Jacob, please correct me if I said anything wrong there.
No, Cindy, that's accurate. The current model service plan does have that operations and maintenance limitation, as Councilmember Marcano mentioned, and so that's exactly right. They were previously anticipated to provide that initial infrastructure and then dedicate that over to the city for maintenance, and so it does present a challenge for existing districts to take that on because their mill levies did not anticipate that ongoing maintenance. So that is accurate.
Yeah, and if I can just very quickly, sorry, thank you. I understand that we can't go back and ask people to change, or these districts to change their MSPs. I'm talking about going forward, because what I'm seeing is that we are basically creating an unfunded mandate or liability for the city. And I understand the intent of the Metro District is to build the community and then eventually dissolve. But if we could not afford to build that community to begin with, we're basically just setting a debt bomb to go off for future councils, for the future of the city to address later, so that a developer can come in, make their money, build a community, and then bounce. And I don't think that that is fair or a sustainable way to, grow a city.
Mayor Dave
Gruber.
So I absolutely disagree with that. I mean, the idea that we are going to stop growth in Aurora because of the fact that we don't like Metro Districts and no longer allow any houses to be built is just ludicrous. If we did something like that, then what we would have to do is we would have to take all of the tax revenue generated from property tax and sales tax from people who live in that Metro District, divert it into the Metro District so the Metro District can take care of itself. That makes absolutely no sense. The idea of a Metro District is that they pay for the infrastructure, they bring in the people who live in the houses, the people who live in the houses pay property tax, they pay sales tax, that tax comes into the city, and the city is responsible for providing services to those people, just like anywhere else. Stopping growth in Aurora is absolutely the wrong way to go.
Let me see if I can come into the middle of this, and that is that you have prospectively, obviously, we're talking about prospective projects that I guess my question is within the interior streets within a homeowners association, after they are dedicated, does the city maintain those, or does right now, does the city maintain them, or does the homeowners association maintain them, or is it different with each project?
City.
It depends on whether or not the Metro District has set up as private streets. So there are portions, I'll use Southlands as an example. Southlands is private streets, and I know that's not residential, but so they are responsible for maintaining that. If it is if the development is public streets, then we maintain them. And Tom, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you hit it right on the head, Cindy.
I think, let me just finish this one point. I think this is something that we need to discuss going forward, because I do think that pretty much every new development today has a formal homeowners association that is responsible for some common area elements. And I don't see why they couldn't be responsible for the ongoing maintenance within the interior of their development and relieve that responsibility from the city. The city certainly would have oversight in terms of meeting the appropriate specifications. But I just think that going forward is something we ought to look at. Further questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, two different issues. I'm going to talk about moving forward with metro districts, but you will have people that I mean, you might as well just secede from the city at that point, because that is people move into a metro district. It's funded for the infrastructure that goes in to be built, whether it's a clubhouse, a road, parks, whatever. And we pay mill levies. So we do pay a tax for that on top of property taxes, on top of all the other taxes. So if you're going to do that, then you might as well let the cities just secede and contract for water. That's just one point. Heritage Eagle Bend, for example, they are a gated community. They own their streets. So are we going to now allow every community to be gated? Because I bet you a lot of communities would love to be gated, and they would then be responsible for their roads. But personally, as someone that moved into a metro district 20 years ago, I know Councilmember Marcano was not alluding to going backwards, but going forwards. But the cost would be, I mean, I don't know, you're paying taxes, you do expect something. So I would like a question on this we've had this problem for decades where we have not had enough money and we have this deficit in the maintenance. When did this start? Because my understanding is we had a recession back in 2007, 2008, and therefore we chose, as I wasn't there, but the city chose to not put the amount of money that was put into that fund because of the recession. And then it took forever, like it never went back in. And we have been trying to play catch up only really probably in the last 5 years, maybe 4 years. So could Tom or Cindy address the recession and how we have depleted that fund and how we're trying to catch up?
Sure, I'll start. It actually did start back in about 2008 with the recession. That's when this unmet need began. It increased quite a bit. I'm looking at the graph now. And Tom, I don't know if you could share that chart again with the budget analysis. It got worse in 2012. We had a little bit of infusion from council over the years, including 2018, but then 2019 took a pretty big dip as well. So, but it started in about 2008.
Okay, so it started in 2008, and then did we decrease any amount with the pandemic, or did we leave that level?
We left. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Cindy.
No, go ahead, Tom.
It got left. The funding level has remained pretty constant.
Yeah. Okay. So I am really concerned about this issue because we talk about it every year. And you said the roads, the arterial roads right now, the condition is at 64 and they should be done every 15 years, but we're currently on schedule for every 29 years.
Yeah, that's if you look at what we've done historically and average it out, it puts us on a 29-year cycle for that arterial.
Okay, and the roads that were non-metro districts that the city put in are, I mean, we're all on the same schedule, right? Like there's no difference.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, and how much did you say we would need to put per year just to kind of catch up to the?
Well, if we were going to catch up, that's that $20 million number. And in your packet, I apologize, I pulled down the slideshow. It shows the deficit between the 15-20-25 plan and our current level of funding at about an $18 million deficit. That's that additional, we say additional 20 million. But that would, and so there's a lot of nuance in there when you say, how are we going to catch up? I mean, this is where we're trying to get back on schedule. We say, okay, if we fund it with that additional 20 million, we're now on that 15-20-25 plan. But, you know, it's going to take us 15 years to get through all the arterials.
So is there, I know we've talked about this in the past, but besides infusion of, you know, several million, 5 million a year extra being put aside to try to kind of get to that level. And maybe, I don't know who can answer this, if it's Jason but are we allowed to go out to the voters for road maintenance as far as, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
May I answer another question about how we got here?
Please.
Reduction during 2008, we stopped the capital transfer of 4%. Then we gradually increased that, and Greg can jump in here. It was like, I think it was 1% per year till we got back up to the 4%. So we stopped that, and so there was limited to no money going into the capital budget for maintenance. The other thing on metro districts, the vast majority of metro districts have the public residential streets. There are, I'm going to guess, 4, maybe 5 or 6 metro districts that have private streets that they maintain. And having a patchwork of private versus public, some maintaining, some not, does present some problems. And oftentimes metro districts don't have the capability to actually do their own maintenance. There is a separate mill levy within the metro districts besides the actual development construction. It's called maintenance that can be increased, and it doesn't have a limit on it. However, that does put a large burden on the homeowner to pay for everything. So most people in metro districts are paying pretty sizable mill levies, and our problem is across the board. Meaning our arterial streets we're not able to maintain them to the way we need to be, and residential. So I would say it's a kind of a large issue with all of the maintenance of our streets.
Mayor Johnston.
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. Deputy City Manager Freed actually said a lot of the issues that I was going to say, that we have to, at the end of the day, remember that metro districts are residents, and they are the ones who are going to be paying twice. And I hear a lot already about a lot of concerns and issues on what they're paying, and that would end up being more. There's also, if we can't oversimplify and just say, oh, then put it all in the development community, because there could be affordable housing developers that we want to have come in and bring affordable housing, and then that metro district for that is going to shoot way up and could affect our supply, which is really the crux of the issue. So I do want to mention kind of what Councilmember Bergen or Mayor Pro Tem Bergen was asking. You know, last year we talked about an effort going to a ballot on capital infrastructure. I'm looking at an $18.5 million unfunded difference. I am in support of something with transportation. However, as we've talked about before, and why we had a presentation of a team of consultants a year ago from today, is we would need, you know, we are still in a pandemic. Field work, traditional field work, and a successful campaign, in my opinion, would not be able to be implemented this year. And if we do this, we have to do it right and once, in my opinion. So I'm open for that being on the ballot, but definitely that education campaign, perhaps in 22, unless someone could convince me that there could be a successful campaign for that this year. But we need to do something different than what we're doing now, and taking 5 million here, 5 million there is not going to make up the difference.
Mayor,
Greg,
real quick.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
I just want to comment because that what Mayor or Councilmember Johnston just mentioned. We've talked about going to the ballot, I think, for a couple years, and I do agree you have to have enough time to do a campaign, but we say this every single year. So every year we say, oh, we don't have time for a campaign. So then it's next year, and then it's next year. Just want to make that point.
Mayor.
Let me just say, let me make a quick point here. And Greg, when do you think you could have crunched those numbers and have a percentage of increase beyond the base year, this year as the base year, dedicated to road maintenance? When do you think you might be able to have those numbers?
Well, I think that we could come up with concepts and ideas fairly quickly. It's interesting that that all of you are basically going to the question. It's a great segue back into where this thing is ending. Is should one of the questions back to you is, should we come back to you with ideas for funding? Now, we've done this before. We came forward with you. We had transportation related funding ideas such as sales tax, property tax. Bringing in new businesses, taxing groceries was one. There was lots of ideas that were coming through, and we can bring these back to you with all these ideas. And long story short, Mayor, it really depends on how fast you want to, get 20 million. If you want to get 20 million in a bite-sized, $1 million a year sort of way, that's one way. If you want to get it in 4 increments of $5 million, you've got to do different things. And if you want 20 million all at once, well, then you're looking at a third tier and almost definitely tax increases.
Mayor.
That's one of the questions, is to come back to you.
Yeah, I would certainly urge you to come back. Councilmember Hills.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to throw out too, I know that I bring this up every time, but we're still waiting on that transportation impact fee study, and that's going to also make a difference. And so I just don't want that revenue stream to be lost, because I know we're all aware that I'm very passionate about the impact fees. So that will reduce the remaining burden that we need to make up when that starts, when we get that study back. And I know we got an update on that and it's moving forward. So that's going to happen too. And that's going to also help with this.
Mayor, I got a comment on the
city manager, please.
Yeah. This is a part of the capital infrastructure discussion. I think going back to Councilmember Johnson's and Mayor Pro Tem Bergen's point is, we've identified $2.4 billion worth of needs. So this is a large, I guess, high profile component of that, but there's many other needs also that need to be addressed. And I think one of the questions has to do with strategy, and strategy. Do you kind of stick your finger in the dike for the $20 million a year and not address all of the other needs that we have? And just also a clarification on the metro districts. That's a funding mechanism. Prior to 2004, the developers put in the local streets, and the city is maintaining them. And so that's just a source. It's a question of where does the money come from to fund those local streets, whether it's a metro district or prior to that, it was a developer. And we're maintaining all of them.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, I think as long as we have this problem before us, Greg, you're going to have to come up with proposed solutions that you can bring to us. And hopefully at some we'll adopt one of these at some time. But we have to continue working on it as long as the problem exists.
At the end of this presentation, there's a couple of questions. I think you guys have done the rest of my presentation for me. But we can, if you're okay with that, we can go back through, and I've got 2 more slides.
Okay, please proceed.
All right, Katie, could you give me access? By the way, thank you, Tom. I wrote down one of the coolest things I heard you say today is we do a lot of crack. So.
Perfect.
All righty.
Fill the potholes.
All right, so absolutely, we've gone through this. Just as a reminder of where we were going with this, absolutely correct, Councilmember Hiltz. The next thing is updating and monitoring the capital impact fees. All but transportation got done, and we're actually right now working with. We're going to be meeting with a couple of groups that can help us out with that. We're doing that right now, so you will be seeing that in 2021. The next part out of that was having an engaged community, the adopting the engagement plan where we go forward with the residents and the business owners to make sure that everybody's on the same page about the prioritization, exploring the various funding sources, and then of course having a deliberate assessment of the impacts of any of this on cities and communities. The background behind that was if you go and build something cool and then you have homelessness around that or something like that. How do you deal with all of the tertiary impacts of anything that you do? So my question, which I think I'm hearing on the second one. Question one: does council support resuming this process? And if yes, should we go back out and go get that $500,000 back and start the next steps? This will take 18 months. This will take a couple of years. This is not immediate, to be sure. So there's my first question.
Okay, question. You're asking if we should put 500,000 back for road maintenance? Or
no, it was the money that we had set aside last year to do the engagement plan process. If you remember, we set aside $500,000. We got a group in to be able to kind of go talk to citizens, but then that never happened.
Well, I'd rather have the 500,000 go straight to road maintenance.
Sure.
Mayor?
I mean, why do we need a plan?
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. I'm sorry, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. I absolutely support the $500,000 going for the plan. I understand what Mayor Pro Tem Bergen is saying, but that is very short term. We invest $500,000 to hopefully get $18.5 million. But I feel a lot better given my remarks before that it was an 18-month plan, that there's buy-in, there's education, that we hire a team, just like we were going to do a year ago. And even though I supported that and it didn't end up going through, it ended up working out because of, that was pre-COVID and we would have had challenges. But for me, I know it's 500,000. I know it's a lot, but we've got to think more strategically and long term and get this show going, and got to start that now.
Is this for the campaign then? Is that what you're saying?
It's not only it's all of it. So if you go back to that engagement community, you adopting an engagement plan that includes the residents, the business owners. We have a group that comes in and builds that for us because we don't have that right now. We don't have that thing out there. We had a group that was coming in that was helping out with Aurora Public Schools and doing that exact thing and getting the people, getting the community, getting all the information and dialogue in and helping with the prioritization, where then we can go forth and say, great, we agree with you. In order to do this, we need this much money. Will you help us out with this, with some sort of vote or something like that? That's what we hope that it would come out with. So I do agree with Councilmember Johnson. This is one-time money that would hopefully help you to gain ongoing money into the future.
Mayor Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
I agree with Councilmember Johnson on this. I think that we talked about it before. We need to identify our capital requirements. We need to engage with the community. We need to, frankly, I think the first thing is that we need to stop funding things that aren't priority so that we fund things that are priority. And I think road maintenance is one of the priorities of the city. Once we do that, then we go back to the citizens and say, all right, we still don't have enough money and we're going to need more money, and explain to them what that is all about. I'm concerned about an uphill fight. The Gallagher amendment, that rejection last year is going to result in a significant increase in property tax for people across the city. And I think, they don't know that yet. They don't know the impact of what they voted for. And all of a sudden they're going to see their taxes go up, the property taxes go up, and they're going to be surprised and not pleased. We're also going to talk about a mental health bill later this afternoon that is also going to impact them and this capital gain or the capital support or the capital improvement money that we're talking about here will compete with that as well. So there's three major three major taxes that people are going to see. One they already voted for, one that we're talking about in mental health, and then this third one. But I just, having said that, I still believe that it's worth our while to begin the process to figure out how to make this happen.
Let me speak to this other one. This is kind of strange the way this is done. We don't have the numbers from that I requested, and so I'm not sure how you can weigh the first without knowing the second. And so I'm going to request again that staff come up with those numbers in terms of what that difference. If we take a percentage of the growth in revenue after this year and dedicate it to road maintenance, how much does that make a difference? We don't know that. Without knowing that, I don't know how you make a decision on the other things.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Burgum.
So you're talking about the monies that we will get from the increase in the property taxes that will be projected for next year, right?
So you take what I've asked staff to do is that's not been done, is that you take this year as let's say you take this year as a base year, and whenever, so if you have growth in revenue from this year, then you're dedicating a percentage of that growth to road maintenance.
Okay.
And so the downside would be if there were a decline in revenue, then that year you might not have any additional money for maintenance.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. But as far as this 500,000, now that I understand that it's really to get buy-in on the capital, on the road maintenance funding, shouldn't we still do that to get the community engagement? And then if we have the money from the property taxes, that would offset, I guess, some of it, a lot of it, I don't know.
I don't know, property taxes. They also, I think staff also has to identify what the revenue base is that we're looking at. Is it just sales tax? Is it sales and property tax? Sales tax, property use tax? So that needs to be done.
Mayor, may I jump in?
Please.
I think what the 500,000 is to address, is we've identified, and this was internally staffed, the capital needs gap amongst all the departments. It was like, what was the number? Like
2.6 billion.
So our capital gap is much more than the maintenance need that we have for roads. So although somewhat related, the strategy to work with the community on what they would like to see funded is, yes, maintenance could be part of that, but we have a lot of other needs. And so the idea, most of the communities that have passed tax increases have worked strongly with the community, so they identify what they would like to see in a tax increase, whatever it is. And so whether it's new projects, whether it's maintenance of old, that becomes a package that goes out and there's an election for. And unless you have the pre-work with the community, it's very difficult to pass any of these tax increases.
To what extent do we do revenue bonds for existing major infrastructure projects?
Terry can answer, Greg can answer that better than I.
Revenue bonds, Terry?
Well, we've not done revenue bonds at the city of Aurora. I've seen other communities do revenue bonds for capital related items. And then they're basically pledging their revenue streams. You know, we do revenue bonds for water and sewer. Those are for those particular enterprises, but those don't require a vote.
Okay.
And
they have revenue. Most of our projects don't have specific revenue related to them.
So I think that what Nancy said is exactly right. This $500,000 is to get the discussion working about the entirety of the capital infrastructure master plan, $2.6 billion, of which this is a very important piece, but a piece of the total. The second question was more along the lines of, hey, we're hearing you. Should we come back to you with lots of different ideas about ways to exploring ways to close this maintenance funding gap? I think I'm hearing yes, that we should be coming back to you, including the mayor's idea and anything else that's possible.
Mayor?
Discussion.
Mayor Johnston?
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson. I mean, Councilmember Johnson.
Okay. So I know what you're saying, Mayor, about getting that information, but we do have information from staff that we have the 2.6 billion in needs for capital infrastructure, that we have almost 20 million a year for roads. So I would say even if it's explored, you know, what you're suggesting, I don't think that's going to cover it. And I feel like we still need to do this step first, and then all that other information can be part of that process.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a similar question around like the order of operations. You know, are we going to do this community feedback workshop, these ideas through this 18-month process, and then come back to council with that? Because it almost, I mean, that's how I'm understanding that this process plays out. And if not, can we get some clarification on that?
I actually think that it is in concert with, and so what happens, we're going to be building this large list of all these projects, 2.6 billion dollars, and then people are going to be going through and prioritizing these. You're going to prioritize them. We're going to prioritize them. We're going to ask the world to prioritize them to where we can come together with some sort of agreement, and that's some sort of an agreement. So that's where that money gets spent, is building this consensus on prioritization, of which the road maintenance funding is one. So realistically, no, we wouldn't stop and go away for 18 months. We would come back. It'd be kind of a constant back and forth.
Okay, let me just say, okay, I'll support the first one. Let me just speak to the second one, and that any member of this city council, to include the mayor, has the ability to ask staff to do research on a project and bring it forward to the city council without the express consent of the council prior to that research being done. Let me make that clear. Further discussion.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm good with the 500 going for the engagement piece. I think, you know, I think that is important. Why is it going to take 18 months? Because if I would like to see it done in 12, because if we're really going to go to the voters, I mean, we need to have the answers so that, I mean, we can't wait 18 months and then that's really 2 years away by the time it gets to a ballot.
Further staff?
I would just say 18 months would get us to a ballot in November 2022. The 18 month is inclusive from now throughout the process. Nobody'd be waiting. The question here about supporting the process is, you say, yes, you support the process today. We're moving forward.
Okay, but you said 18 months would take us to November 22, did you say?
Yes.
Okay, so in that 18 months is included with, I mean, you have to back up when it goes on the ballot. I don't know if that's August. I can't remember what that time frame is.
Understood.
Okay,
That would all be included in that 18-month period, all the outreach to the public, all of the deliberations between staff and council in terms of prioritizing. Yeah, that would all be included. And what we would do, and we've talked about a plan, you know, it would be laying out a plan to get us to the ballot in November of 2022. Every step outlined, what we need to do to get there.
Mayor Burzens?
Councilmember Burzens.
Thank you. I support the 500 one-time process too. But my question is, the community engagement, will that be, can we make sure that that is spread throughout the city, equally spread throughout the city? Because we just had an important community outreach study that was not. So I just want to make sure that all four corners and in between are reached and get everybody's opinion. This is a lot of money we're talking about.
We would make sure that happens.
Thank you, Greg.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion. Councilmember Coombs.
So I absolutely support having the outreach process. If I recall correctly, last time part of the issue was concerns around the RFP. So are we going to be initiating a new RFP to solicit the team for doing this outreach process, or how's that going to work?
I assume it would be a new process.
Yes,
I would think new process.
it would be.
Further discussion. Seeing none, then I think let me tell you, the second question is amazing to me but I'm not going to address that. I'll have a discussion with staff with that offline. But as I understand it, is there any objection to the 500,000 going to this process in terms of bringing a proposal to the voters on capital construction needs? Okay. Seeing none, then that's the direction of staff.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The time, see, the time is now 12:07. We will reconvene at 12:30. Council stands in recess.
tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear me now? 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 Hold tight. I'll be here with you all night. My mind, I'm getting lost in your eyes. I'm broken when you're not around. Unspoken words I'm screaming out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Now, can you hear
City Council workshop is called back to order. Greg Hayes, you're on the floor again.
Greg, you're on mute. Thank you very much. I sure was. If you remember, we're currently over the table limit in our property taxes. And we got over that limit last year. So there's your circle. Right there. So in 2019 or in 2020 for the 2021 budget, we actually did refund $2.9 million in what's called a temporary tax levy reduction. It equates to, it was about 0.7 mils. So not much money for each household, but we did return $2.9 million. Council in the past has been interested in initiating this ballot question, allowing the city to retain the property taxes. They chose not to do it. You all chose not to do it last year. That was a specific, the specific thought last year was the fact that COVID was reaping havoc on the world. And so we were decided not to go there, but it was still a good idea. That $2.9 million is last year. That does not mean that it's going to be $2.9 million over every year. And this chart is a great example of why I say that. If you look at this, the table limit allows you to grow by it's an equation. So what it is, it allows you to grow by inflation plus what they call table growth. And table growth, for lack of a better term, table growth is new stuff that's being built in the city. So if you have increased evaluation assessments, something like that, that's not table growth. So that's outside of that. But so that's that green line right here. You'll notice that for the longest time, we were not even getting close to that. We were pretty flat for years and years and years in terms of our assessed valuation. But then we started growing, and especially in the last 3 assessment cycles, right here, right there, and right there, we grew significantly. And so what happens is that when you have a reassessment cycle, and if it's been strong like it has been recently, you're gonna grow more than that. In non-reassessment years, you tend to not grow as much, which is you'll notice this one, and this one, and this one. So the fact that we're at $2.9 million given back for 2021 doesn't mean that we'll have to give back $2.9 million every year. It's going to vary. It's going to vary based on the economy. It's going to vary based on the housing. If houses are going to continue to grow like they have the last 3 assessment cycles, it might be more. My guess is that we're probably going to be leveling off, but I'm not certain of that. So you were interested in initiating the ballot question. Are you interested in bringing an ordinance forward allowing the city to permanently exempt property taxes this year? If yes, when should it come forth? And the last question, which was part of a discussion with Management Finance Committee prior, should be earmarked for specific needs. The caveat I have about that last question about being earmarked for specific needs is that I can't promise that that's what that number will be every year.
This is Mike Hoffman. First of all, I don't think you can do it by ordinance. I think it has to be a referred measure to the voters, does it not?
Yeah.
You're right. We do have to, it does have to go to the voters.
Secondly, with the Gallagher, the initiative, I don't know, I can't remember if it was a referred measure or an initiative before the voters on Gallagher. And tell me how that changed the equation.
Sure. All that positive vote. So that Gallagher definitely went our way. If that would have failed, we would have lowered our property taxes by $7 million. but because it passed, we didn't. We kept our valuation as is. So if you remember what Gallagher doesn't make it to where people pay more. It makes it to where they're not going to pay less. So they would have lowered the assessment rate from what we have right now, which is right around, I think, 6 or 7. They would have lowered it to around 5. They're not going to do that now. And we had that projected, assuming that would pass, and it did pass.
Okay.
Mayor?
Okay, further comments, questions?
Yes, Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
Okay, so with the vote of the people that chose to, the Gallagher vote that basically says that the property taxes stay at, I think it was 7-point-something% flat, right? So it won't go down as normally adjusted with the commercial. So there will by that be more money in what you pay for property taxes.
There would be more money. So here's what I'm saying.
I will personally have to pay more property taxes.
Assuming your valuation goes up, yes. But assuming your valuation doesn't go up, no, you'll pay the exact same amount. Whereas had that failed, even if your valuation would have stayed stable, you probably would have paid less.
Right.
Because your assessment would have gone from 7 down to 5.
Yeah, I'm always going to pay 7%, whether it goes up or down. Okay.
Correct.
So my question is on, this has to go to the voters. Mm-hmm. And when you said this year you refunded it, so it's through property taxes through the county in the mill levy.
Correct.
And so I would be for doing this, but only if it's earmarked for specific needs, because I'm generally don't like to increase people's taxes. Or not giving them a refund. But are we able to earmark it then, like for roads?
I think that's a great question. I think that we could definitely figure out a way to do it mathematically. I just can't promise that it's going to be $3 million every year.
Right. No, I realize
some years it might even go, if we're falling and all of a sudden we're not up to the table limit,
right.
It would be a year where we could have the money and spend it on something else. And if I earmark it toward that, then,
are we only talking about the part that the overage is what we're talking about? We're not saying that we're going to earmark the property tax that we would normally get. We're just talking about earmarking just the overage, correct?
So yeah, if we said right here that we wanted to go ahead and make it to where we're going to be at 8.605 mills every year and not have to go back through, then that number it's this part right here. It's that circle part. And so this year was $2.9 million. And this year we've got it projected to be lower just because it's a non-assessment year into 2022. But if that's the will of council, we'll figure out a way to do it mathematically.
So it will fluctuate, but if it goes down, we don't put anything in that restricted fund. If it stays on this course, whatever, we don't know if it's 3 million, 8 million, whatever. Sorry, Here was my dog. Then it goes, well, you got my gist.
The answer is yes, you're right. We could figure out what the line was with it and the line without it and figure out that difference. It's just not going to be $3 million. So if we want to say, we want to set this money, this $3 million and go buy something worth $3 million, I can't promise it'll be worth $3 million every year.
Okay. And this really has to be integrated in with the other discussion because this cannot be done by ordinance. As it's stated in this
you're right.
slide, it has to go to the voters. We can either say, in general, would you just support debrucing property taxes, or in the ballot language, we can expressly put it towards a specific purpose, in which we would have to do so.
Correct.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor.
Councilmember Marcano.
Greg, could you tell us, not just in mills, but also like in average dollar amounts, how much we're talking here per household?
Sure. 0.7 mills. Give me a second. Let me do a little bit of math. It's not much. So the average, let's say it's a $250,000 house for $250,000 worth of evaluation. Plus that times that.
There are no houses that are 250.
Yeah.
That's true. That's about $175.
All right. Thank you.
Further questions or comments?
Mayor, Councilmember.
Councilmember Mario.
Thank you. Greg, is when you say the evaluation, are you talking about the process through the county assessor's office?
The reassessments, yes.
Yeah, okay. And like, I just wanted to make a note because we had the Arapahoe County assessor come present at my town hall probably like a year or so ago. But just a note that in that process, people can contest the value of their homes as a strategy to, you know, support them individually in their individual homes and such. Just a note on that. And then, you know, the question for council is, do we bring an ordinance forward to the voters? I would be okay with that, but I'm hearing, you know, some interest in potentially earmarking the monies. I don't know if I like feel strongly that it should be earmarked for which particular purpose or that it should. But I think in order to preserve that potential, I think the question should come at the same time that we are also putting out information to our prior conversation around transportation. And I think that's more effective and efficient in terms of using city resources to ask them both in the same year if we're going to be, you know, hiring folks down the line to essentially put a campaign together to educate folks. I think it makes most sense to combine both those efforts instead of trying to split it up this year and next year.
I think there is a nexus to both of those together. So yeah, we could definitely do that together.
Further discussion.
Dave Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Like I said before, I think that we're going to have a uphill climb in order to get any tax approved. Debrucing a city is not an unusual step. Many cities have done it. And the impact of losing $7 million this year and possibly $7 million next year is a significant amount of our operational budget. Having said that, I could support this, but only if we earmark the money towards roads. If we're not going to earmark the money and it's going to go to, we have to be able to show the voters that we're spending things that are important to them. And if it's going to go into the general fund and we're going to create some new programs, then I'm not going to support this.
Yeah, and I just want to comment that I think it never will pass unless you have it earmarked in some specific, they have to see a specific value to it. Otherwise, you're just not going to vote for it. I mean, that's just my guess.
No, I agree.
Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Mario.
Thank you. Actually, just a quick question on that process. If we were to go, you know, with that 18-month timeline, does that include like a polling process to get a sense of where voters are at and what kind of measure they would support, so that we're not just kind of guessing? We know definitively where our voters are at.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, let's see, ordinance. Let's see, what direction does council want to give?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
It sounds like the idea that's been thrown out is to include this with the capital plan for the 18-month process. So maybe we can vote on that.
Right. Well, either that or we're going to have two separate proposals before the voters, which doesn't make any sense. So is there any objection to including the question about debrucing property taxes in the other discussion, the 18-month discussion, in terms of going to the voters on the city's capital needs?
Mayor.
Councilmember
Bergen.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen.
So if we do the 18-month, then we're waiting for November 2022 to go to the voters versus 21, correct? And I mean, 2022, so then you're in another election with the state initiatives. I would prefer it to be on the ballot in 2021. I don't know if that's possible.
Mayor, it's Dave Gruber. I support that as well. I think what's going to happen is that Arapahoe County still had problems with their jail, and I suspect Arapahoe County is going to bring some funding initiatives. We'll also see Adams County bring in some funding initiatives to support their infrastructure as well. This isn't going to get better moving out, and if we put it on the ballot this year, like I said, it's going to be an uphill climb. It's going to require some sort of campaign to explain to people. And like I said, if if it goes to roads, where we simply say we don't have enough money for roads and this will help, then it has a chance of passing. I think that for us to delay it for a national election may make it more difficult than putting it in the ballot this year.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston.
Murillo.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I mean, just to put a finer point on my comments earlier, that's exactly why I think we should wait, is so that we're not guessing. Like one council member is guessing that it might pass better this year, that we're actually coordinating efforts to do like a legitimate polling and campaign to get a sense of where our voters are at next year. And on top of that, we're still in a global pandemic. So I'm not sure the success we would have even just in this climate if we were to try to, I guess, do a separate process. And I think it's a waste of resources to have two separate processes when we could have one.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, and that's also a thought. I honestly think this is not a new tax. This is a refund, so debursing, which might be perceived differently by voters. If we wait to 2022, I honestly think we have, and again, it is a guess, but I think it's an uphill battle with competing ballot measures coming on board. So you may never be able to deburse.
Okay. I think there's a good point here, and here's my concern, that we really do have, although we have two issues that need to go to the ballot, they're really in a way separate, because the debursing question has to be, I don't know that you can include everything together under a single subject requirement, even though that's been broadly interpreted. So I almost think that maybe we should go this year to this year with the Tabor question on the property taxes and dedicate that to a specific purpose, and then do the capital construction proposal later on, that they are separate.
Mayor?
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you. While they definitely will be separate questions, I do think it makes more sense to do these at the same time. And again, just based off of past turnout, I think you have a better likelihood of actually getting these kinds of things through on even number of election years when more people are paying attention. So I would strongly recommend we push until for next year.
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
Can I get this information from staff? Do we have any idea about the difference in cost if we were to run the two ballot measures in the same year versus separate years?
I'm going to defer that to maybe somebody, city clerk.
I don't think Katie's had the benefit of going through one of these before. I would tell you that I think the way the counties divvy up the expenses is based on a per ballot inch of how much and then they distribute those costs out accordingly. Since we already have an election in 2021, I think it might be cheaper to do it in 2021 than 2022. Ultimately, the cost will come down to how many other questions are getting run, but the fact that we already have something, the council races on the ballot for 2021 means we'll have an expense there. At this point, I don't think we would have anything on the 2022 ballot. It's ultimately going to come down to how many other questions are on the ballot.
So without any polling,
Sorry.
let me make one point quick. And that is that, no, without any polling data, just general observations that those, I just think it's more likely to pass. And it's an easier campaign during a municipal election year, during an odd year, because number one, you've got a smaller voter turnout that I think are more informed voters as on terms of municipal politics, have an interest in the city versus the voter that shows up in a general election. So it's a smaller universe that you have to deal with. So I just want to throw that out there. And I think the more things you have on the ballot, I just think that from past experience that it makes it more difficult to get them all passed. Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, so the follow-up I had was to Jason just regarding that. Well, there's two. The first is that estimation you just gave includes only the ballot costs, not the public outreach and education costs, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. That's correct.
Okay. And then the other is more of a comment. It's very concerning, the idea that we should have fewer voters voting on something like this. I just don't think that's an approach that we should take. We should be having as many people as possible voting on these issues.
It's political reality. Any other comments, questions? Okay. Well, in terms of giving direction, is there objection to having the Tabor question related to property taxes, de-boosting property taxes on the 2021 ballot? Is there objection to that?
Mayor, can we go with the original request, which was to put it on the 2022 ballot? I don't think we ever closed that out.
Who put that forward?
I believe I said it, and then Allison Coombs kind of reiterated it.
Very well. Okay. Question then, is there objection to putting on the 2022 ballot?
I object.
Okay, I object.
I object.
I object.
Okay, that's 4. Okay, 4 objections. Let me do it in the affirmative. Please, who's for putting on the 2022 ballot? Coombs?
Johnston?
Murillo?
Hiltz?
Hoffman?
Marcano.
Okay. Very well. The direction of staff is that to place it on the 2022 ballot.
Mayor Gruber.
Councilmember Gruber.
Again, I just want to point out that will result in a $7 million hit to our budget next year. But that vote's already done, so I understand that. I would also recommend that you ask a call for appropriating the money towards road maintenance.
Greg, excuse me, Greg, could you clarify that $7 million hit? I thought that's related to Gallagher.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I understand the $7 million hit. So the Gallagher vote, had the Gallagher vote failed, we would have lowered our property tax projection in 2022 by $7 million. Because it passed, we're keeping our current property tax projection. So which means that we're kind of even. We're not going to lose 7 million because we had projected, basically we projected that was going to pass, and it did pass.
Greg, but we're going to exceed the Tabor threshold, so we're going to have to provide a refund as a result of Tabor. Is that correct?
Not 7 million.
That's not the 7 million. That we will. So last year it was 2.9 million. In 2022, because it's a non-assessment year, it'll probably be less than 2.9 million.
Okay, so that my mistake then. Instead of $7 million, somewhat less than 2.9 million.
It'll be somewhat less than 2.9.
You know, I'm going to ask that we not at this time I certainly support having it put in road maintenance, but I'm going to ask that maybe we leave that for now until we get, because I think we're talking about maybe also doing the other the capital construction needs on 2022, so that they'll be pulling opportunities that we have, determine what is the best option for in terms of public support. What are the best options that the public will support? And so, is there objection to delaying in terms of what the express preference should be for the debrief?
Mayor?
Councilmember Hills.
Yeah, no, I agree with that because there's just a lot of outstanding items, but also that will technically be put on the ballot by a completely different council. You know, I know there will be at least 3 different people. And so, you know, I don't know that whatever we decided to do right this second on a ballot question that we're not going to be putting on the ballot. I just see that gearing up for maybe an unnecessary fight later. So I also support, you know, putting that part off.
Further discussion? Is there objection to delaying making a decision? Seeing none, then we'll delay making a decision. Let's see.
Right.
Okay, Greg, anything else?
I have one eagle eye. Jason Batchelor pointed out that I didn't carry my one on the question from Councilmember Marcano. It's not $100; it's more like $13. That the impact of the 0.7 mil refund for a 250,000. I didn't carry my one, so.
Okay. Let's see. Mental health ballot initiative. Jessica Prosser.
It's going to be me, Mayor, to start.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Lawson, I'm sorry. Your proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to bring this forward to you. Again, I'm just bringing this forward at this workshop just to get a pulse from Council. If this is something that you would be interested in moving forward to put on the ballot for November 2021. Just let me just give you just a real brief background of why I'm bringing this forward, because I think that's important. And then we'll kind of go into some of the questions. I do have Debbie Stafford on. I do want her to speak just briefly on the reason it's really important that we have the collaboration with Aurora Mental Health, and I want her to speak after me, and then I know the mayor may have some comments after. In 2019, as we know, that this was going to I thought we were going to put it on the ballot, but it didn't go on to the ballot for 2019 by Aurora Mental Health. So when the mayor had asked us about what our projects or what things we were interested in, I told him that I was interested in youth violence prevention, and then I wanted to do something on mental health. I did not know that I was going to kind of work in this realm, but just something of some interest because I see that these are needs in our community. Moving forward, I've been working with staff, and staff has had more conversations with Aurora Mental Health. I had some conversations with Jessica and the staff, and also the mayor on some of the programs or some of the things or broader aspects of what I think this ballot initiative could cover. First and foremost, as you know, we have a co-responder program currently, and it's in your backup. That program is going to be funded for $800, but we don't know what further funding is going to look like. Councilmember Hiltz, her CAHOOTS program, which is going to be very important. That program is funded currently at $200,000. So, I'm looking at sustaining programs and how we can do this. I have received some polling information. I did not put that in the backup, but some recent polling information that I do have from December, there was still a lot of support for something like this to pass. So I'll let kind of Debbie talk a little bit about that, but I did see some recent polling data from December 2020. And another reason why I'm bringing it forward to council just for consideration. If you look at the memo, particularly, there's just 3 different areas that I think you have to look at it when you're looking at ballot language, particularly in a broader context. And again, this hasn't went through any policy committees, so that is definitely something that has to be done. But me and the mayor and city staff, we talked about those 3 different areas. And again, to me, backfilling a lot of these programs that we have and possibly expanding those programs are going to be really important. But also people, actually providing some training for our first responders and how they deal with mental health when they interact with people who are having mental health issues is going to be important. When we're looking at the treatment services for youth, and especially as you know, many of you have been very supportive of the youth violence prevention. There is a lot of mental stuff that goes along with that. People who are victims, the people themselves who are getting bullied to get into some of these activities. But also we have to look at our adults and seniors as well, who are actually having that have mental issue, that there's resources, but of course we can always have more resources for these particular groups in our community. Mental health and substance abuse, which is really important, is a correlation, and that goes to housing solutions. I mean, all of these are just the broader context, the broader areas that I think that if we did do a ballot initiative that we should propose in the ballot language. In your packet, you have the ballot language that came from Caring for Denver and also Caring for Aurora. I will let Greg get into the different percentages from sales tax. If you use 0.5%, 0.25%, what that would get you in terms of programming, and Jessica can talk more about that. But in general, this is why I'm bringing it forward, and I think it would be something that I hope council would consider. It would go to a lot of the work, his background work has been done. Of course, we would have to do more polling. We are in we're still in this pandemic, and we don't know how people are feeling, but I did see some positive ballot polling from December of 2020. It seems like there's still an interest among Aurora voters to actually support this particular ballot initiative. So Debbie, could you just give a little, I think it's very important for people to hear from you in terms of the collaboration piece and why that would be important. That's why I wanted to have you on, and instead of it coming from hearsay from me. So thank you for coming in. The Mayor, I know you have some words as well.
Thank you, Council Member Lawson and members of City Council, and I appreciate a chance just to let you know where we stand. So please be aware that our other groups all over here Health Initiative, we do have dialogue, but at this point in time, I am not here speaking on behalf of the board of Aurora Mental Health Center, nor am I here speaking on behalf of the board of Healthier Colorado. I am here just to let you know a poll was taken in the month of December of 2020. Out of that poll of registered voters likely to vote in the 2021 election, there was a 66% in favor that said yes, they would vote for a mental health tax initiative, and that is at the 0.25%, which is 25 cents on $100. That is the same figure that was in our ballot language last year. They also looked across all 6 wards for City Council, and there was a 59% or higher confirmed vote out of every ward in the city of Aurora for this. We do, again, have many groups who were a part of this. It's deemed as Aurora Mental Health, but it is much broader than Aurora Mental Health. There were about 15 collaborative groups who were a part of this. Healthier Colorado continued to work all the way through the pandemic. They've called into the homes of registered voters, had a list of those who would have been willing to support. At this point with the pandemic, I literally am the part-time program manager for a mental health grant for FEMA and COVID, and we we are seeing the impacts all across our community. I recently participated with Councilwoman Murillo's discussion with businesses and the homeless community up along the Colfax corridor. And there are many ways that a mental health initiative partnered with the city in support of the city could strengthen the quality of life, could improve public safety through our programs with the police department, and to help our youth to address the increased need for suicide intervention programs, and to really help focus on public safety. So at this point, without the approval of either the Board of Aurora Mental Health Center or whether Healthier Colorado's board chooses to move something forward, there is a very strong push for something to be supported. Your information presented to you by the city is accurate. We did have a discussion several months ago with city staff interested to find ways to work together. We all love Aurora. We want the best for Aurora. And if any of our groups could find a way, in a proactive way, to work with the city, we would be certainly interested in that conversation.
Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate it.
Question?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, and I think mental health is a really serious issue, and I understand, you know, that the public has a very positive interest in a solution. My concern is putting it on the city taxes, because that's how we're pretty much funded for all of our services for public health and roads and everything else that we do. Whereas the county is really the arm for health services. So we're looking at this being through the city, not through the county property tax. I think that was the last issue that was going forward with the voters. And then who will it serve? I guess that's my other question. Who will it serve?
Well, Councilmember, I'm going to let Jessica talk about, well, I know, Council, and you raise a good question. I know that, and Jessica, please chime in with me. Just the counties, and I understand you're addressing that issue. The counties have certain programs, but they don't have the capacity, right, Jessica? Because we talked about this. Is Jessica on?
I'm here, Councilmember Lawson.
Okay, because I told you Councilmember Bergen was going to address this question, so I kind of prepped you for it, so I think you should answer it because you've had more interaction.
Sure, and you know, Debbie can probably speak about where their funding comes from through Aurora Mental Health as well directly. You know, the county has certainly the human services component. The county funds certain programs for mental health services, just like we do. As part of your backup, you could see some of the programs that have that kind of tangential association with mental health. Certainly the county doesn't have a full mental health component to it, like they would, you know, for children's services or workforce development and other things that are funded through human services. So if the county were to be the pass-through for these funds, they would probably end up doing much of what the city would do, which would be putting together, you know, some type of process to fund other agencies in the community that do have those direct services related to mental health, behavioral health, and substance abuse. The county wouldn't necessarily have all of those services that they would put right into their operations.
So if we do it though through the city, through city sales tax, again, would it only be for Aurora residents, or is this for all county residents? And it just seems like, again, it seems to me like it should be done through the county. That's their responsibility, Health and Human Services. And we're just crossing over with our responsibilities.
Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, the only other thing that I would offer is that, you know, the county also isn't Tri-County Health, and so they have a piece of this as well. They have working groups and different funding sources. So, you know, in the grand scheme, they could be another option of where the funding, you know, came into, but probably not having the same authority to leverage the sales tax.
But who would be served? Is it only Aurora citizens? And those
the intent, the intent, I believe, and you know, feel free, Mayor, Councilmember Lawson, to jump in. But if the city was, you know, collecting this sales tax and then allocating it to different agencies in the community, it would be for Aurora residents and Aurora, you know, programs that focus on Aurora residents.
And Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, that was my intent for Aurora residents that live in Aurora.
So how would we know? I mean, that's a good intention, but how would we know for sure?
Well, I mean, what I'm proposing to you today, the governance piece would actually have to come back to council to, if this goes through, like if you know, it has to go through a process. The governance piece, which I think that would be part of the governance piece, I would have to bring that would have to be discussed, and I would have to bring that back to maybe a study session or something like that. I do not have the answer for you right now, but that is a governance piece. Debbie, you might want to step in.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, it's an excellent question. I can only tell you the intent of Caring for Aurora was to serve Aurora programs, such as there are many programs that Aurora is already funding. You're funding your certainly partnerships with your police department and mental health. You're funding various programs to support those who are the unhoused. And so the intent was that this would have been managed through the Caring for Aurora Foundation, which only would have targeted programs within Aurora city limits. And that would have been a very narrow scope.
But again, Mayor Pro Tem Bergen, the governance piece would have to be, like you said, it would have to be, we would have to design that to make sure that that was happening. So that is a governance piece.
And then if let's say we raised $8 million in a year. How is that spent? I mean, we're not going to just spend $8 million if there's not an $8 million need. So I would want to
address that.
How the money's going to be spent.
Councilmember Lawson, if I could address that. The difference between this proposal and the Aurora mental health led proposal, as again, this is just concept, is that there were three elements in that proposal. Was first of all, I think 0.25% is excessive. I think that there was no sunset clause on their proposal. I think there needs to be a sunset clause to where it needs to come before the voters again and to justify it, what's occurred to make the case. And the third is it stripped the council of their ability to appropriate those funds. The only role of council would be to choose members of a board who would composed of leaders in the nonprofit community, or I guess others that would then appropriate the money. I don't think that should ever occur. And so I think that we would have the ability to appropriate the money on an annual basis. Now it would have to fit within those categorical areas that would be stated in the ballot language for what would be a referred measure.
Just follow up real quick. So if there's excess money, as you said, appropriate to the agencies, and if there was excess, would it just roll over to the next year? And then would we ever be able to use those funds for other purposes?
You would not be able to use those funds for other purposes. Now, they could be broadly defined, and I think that Councilmember Lawson well expressed that there are a lot of mental health issues that are law enforcement related. In other words, that actually could go into the department that would, I think, divert law enforcement away from doing mental health related issues and have them more focused on deterring crime. And so I think it would be, when we talk about reforming the Aurora Police Department and not having incidences we've had in the past where uniformed police officers are addressing a mental health episode and escalating that unnecessarily by virtue of their presence, to be able to fund those positions for mental health professionals to address those issues. So I think it's absolutely important. And then again, to get our uniformed officers focused on what the highest and best use of their training in terms of again, combating criminal behavior. And also, I think that Councilmember Lawson well discussed what can we do in terms of youth violence prevention. I think that's an important issue. And so it could be related to that. There are things that could be related to appropriations that we currently do to support, say, Aurora Mental Health and their activities, or other nonprofits and their activities that we currently spend, that would provide relief in our general fund budget towards those programs and be able to address things like our capital needs or like other operating budget priorities.
Mayor, Councilmember Hiltz.
Councilmember Hiltz.
Thank you. I actually have a really big problem with the co-responder piece being in here at all. I don't think that, one, it's a city program. I don't think that it should be something that is going to be put into an ordinance, especially because the reason that we passed this Kahoot style pilot was because the intent is to move away from the co-responder model to a non-police centric model. And so tying this back into an ordinance automatically brings policing back into the system of mental health calls. And also Aurora Mental Health has that contract. So having something that is a city program that is specifically contracted with the organization that is also sponsoring the ballot initiative, I think it's not a great look. I won't support it with the co-responder in there. I do not want to bring in more money to put more funding into a police department for a mental health program that we voted on a pilot to move away from. I think it's in poor form. And if this pilot doesn't work out and the co-responder program is the better alternative of the two, once we collect that data, that's fine. But to mandate it and tie it into this specific ordinance or this ballot question is really problematic for me, because if it turns out, which is what I anticipate what the data shows, is that this other non-police model is going to be the more effective one, then we're stuck with this. And also our current co-responder program is also pilot funded. The city has yet in its third year to actually invest city dollars in it. So that's something that we as a city would need to do. But I don't want to tie the hands of the city from being able to make the decisions based on the data that we collect following the pilot.
Councilmember Hiltz, if I can address this.
Please. I'm sorry if I spoke out of turn. I just used that as an example. If you look at what the ballot language is and what the three categories, I don't specifically mention the co-responder program. I just mentioned that as maybe a funding program that we could fund, as well as your Cahoots program. But I'm sorry if I misspoke to you or to everyone. I wasn't saying to put that into the ballot language.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm confused because I've looked at the backup and it does have in here co-responder program for mental health professionals to assist first responders at multiple points in the ballot language.
Okay. I think, let me just say.
Councilmember Hiltz, can I just speak really quick, Mayor? I mean, the ballot language has to definitely be tweaked, and it has to be, I'm just bringing this forward just to see if there's an interest from council. This has to be worked out. The ballot language and all of the feedback is going to be important. This language, I'm just using that as an example, but this doesn't mean that this has to be the language.
I think
and I'm just not supportive of it at all with that language.
Okay, let me just say, Councilmember Hiltz has a very good point. And the point is this, that you have to be really broad in the language for the referred measure. And that's certainly the intent of Councilmember Lawson, because the fact is that best practices change. And so if you have something, if you've basically ensconced what was best practices at a point in time, and then it's no longer best practices, you're really, because of that ballot language, you're forced to fund something that you may no longer want to fund. There's no, I suspect that the way this will be written, that it's somewhat fungible to the extent that you just have to spend it on those respective areas. It could be that in 1 year, one area is the priority. And then the next year, all the areas are the priority. So it can change, but you are limited once that, because of the ballot, you will be limited by virtue of how the ballot language is written.
Right. And I would just say, I think there's a way to be more broad, but then also tie it to mental health. So it could be something like, mental health responses to 911 calls. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a police response or a fire response or a clinician response. It's just whatever response it is that comes to 911, and however that comes to us, or through the crisis hotline, anything like that. It's just, but that program, this council put a lot of money into that, and also the mental health director position specifically to start looking at these things. And so tying funding to a specific program that we've already made a commitment to evaluate moving away from, however that turns out, is just not something that I can get on board with.
Mayor Kaufman, may I just make one quick point of clarification, then I'll turn my mute back on. This is Debbie Stafford. I am not here speaking on behalf of Aurora Mental Health. I am not stating that Aurora Mental Health has a ballot initiative moving forward. I am here as chair of Caring for Aurora. The board of the Aurora Mental Health Center has not made that decision. And so I really want to be real clear that that is not, this whole thing was not discussed with me until yesterday. So I was just asked to come on and give some clarification. So I just want to be real clear.
You did say that. I'm sorry. You are Aurora Mental Health, so.
I hear you. I don't want any misunderstanding. Yeah, thank you for that. I just don't want any misunderstanding, because I think that we all agree the good of the city and the good of mental health programs and helping our residents is much more important than politics. And so what we care about is getting the job done, however that happens. Thank you.
Further comments? Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Lawson, for bringing this forward and getting a pulse, and for Debbie, all your work on this. As some of you may know, before the pandemic hit, I was very much in favor of this going on last year's ballot. I've actually since then, and I recently met with Healthier Colorado, I have more concerns. Before I used to look more of like the parallels of what Denver for Caring for Denver did. Denver is a city and a county.
Right.
When I met with Healthier Colorado, I asked if they talked to Tri-County, if they've had those formal discussions with the counties. As we all know, Arapahoe County had a $200 million ask of the voters a couple of years ago for the jails, which will probably be retooled and somehow. But for me, a lot of the crux of it is like, what are you doing for mental health services in the community? And right now, I just feel uncomfortable going forward when those formal discussions before the commission, before Tri-County Health have not been held. And we literally an hour ago had an $18.5 million revenue or deficit, almost $20 million for roads. And then I see with the ballot title, 16.2 for this would be collected, and how strategic and how we wanted to really get all of this. I know there's been polling done. However, I'd say a lot of voters don't know that the city doesn't formally provide. I mean, we do that with marijuana money, and we've allocated millions of dollars toward mental health.
But if you get a question like, do you support it? Yes. If the question might be like, your roads or other areas will not be funded because of this, and given the choice, what will they say then? So I know we don't have to give an answer now, but I just, it's not a statement on my support of mental health services, but just a lot of concern with our current climate of putting this on the ballot right now, given that those other avenues have not been addressed.
Further discussion?
Yes, Mayor.
Two at once. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, just real quick, I do agree with Councilmember Johnston that definitely, you know, mental health being a serious issue, but I'm concerned about having the tax on the ballot and then the inability to deal with, you know, future ballot initiatives for transportation or anything like that. So I'm not comfortable with it right now the way it is.
Okay. Further discussion?
Mayor?
Councilmember Coombs.
So I had a couple of questions. So one question is more about the governance. So Debbie, you had mentioned the governance a little bit. Mayor, you said you wouldn't support anything that's not just the council. I guess I'm wondering what specifics have been discussed and how might we come to some sort of compromise where there is community input into how these funds get allocated and how these programs operate without turning it over completely to the Aurora Mental Health Foundation board, which I agree, you know, is not necessarily a good move.
Okay, Councilmember Coombs, council members are always subject to receiving input from their constituents. We can always do things for outreach to bring in recommendations. In fact, when I served on the Human Relations Commission back when the earth was cooling, we used to we would make recommendations to council in terms of who would be, we would get an allocation of money from council, and we would literally make decisions on what nonprofits who were doing social services work in the city or received funding. But of course, it was council would have to affirm that. But there were lots of mechanisms whereby we could get input from citizens and from nonprofits without surrendering our appropriations authority.
Right. So, sorry, I have another question as well. But so my question is, can we talk about doing maybe some kind of an advisory committee or something like that? That's
Absolutely.
Specifically focused on these programs.
Absolutely. Sure.
And so then my other comment is just around the idea that 16 million might be too much for the needs that we have. I think that that's really unrealistic. I understand the other concern about other needs and balancing multiple needs, but the idea that $16 million would be too much to cover mental health needs, or that even $8 million would be too much, to me just ignores the scope of this problem and the reach of this problem into so many different aspects of our community and our lives. So I understand that we have to be strategic and thoughtful about what amount of funding we ask the taxpayers to contribute, but I think that this is a problem that could easily use $16 million a year to effectively address.
Councilmember, because I also want you to reflect on where our sales tax base is, and that we have different needs that may go pile on top of that, and where at what point are we no longer competitive in terms of our sales base?
With that, sorry, I do want to just also mention, I forgot to mention this, around the sunset. I totally understand why that would be important, because it helps people to understand that there can be accountability. But if we're going to do that, I think we should do it for more than 5 years, only to give kind of a proof of concept. It can take time for the impacts of programs like this to be clearly demonstrated.
Okay, Ms. Stafford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Kaufman. Just one point of clarification. Aurora Mental Health Center would not be the board. They wouldn't have any authority over it. It creates a separate nonprofit entity. If the language we had proposed would have moved forward, it would have created Caring for Aurora. Members of City Council would appoint the board, or would actually appoint the board members. Aurora Mental Health had nothing to do with that. I fear that Aurora Mental Health has been labeled with something that was much bigger and beyond them. I just want to be real clear. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Mayor.
Councilmember Rio.
Yeah, no, thank you for touching on that, Debbie, because I was just going to say my understanding is that, I mean, this has been a proposal over a couple of years and a broad coalition of folks. So I am not so much concerned with, I guess, the process of how this has been implemented. And, you know, we have Denver as a model in terms of how this, you know, board would function. I guess I wanted to, since we're like just talking about kind of temperature where we're at, I support mental health services. I am open to letting the voters, you know, to putting this on the ballot. But for me, I think, you know, there's just so many competing needs. It's hard for me to conceptualize that there's going to be such a narrow focus just on mental health. I've spoken to, you know, Debbie and folks at Healthier Colorado about this to explore the idea of a greater nexus between other issues impacting mental health, like development, or, you know, just, you know, I want people to be taken care of with their mental health, but I also, they need a place to live. Right. So it's like, you know, cart before the horse kind of thing. So I'm definitely not a firm no. I'm definitely open to seeing how there might be, you know, different language here to create a greater nexus. You know, Debbie mentioned the stakeholder meetings that I've been having with businesses along Colfax. And I mean, they're struggling, right? But not just because of COVID, but some of the secondary and tertiary impacts of, you know, a community experiencing hardship and poverty over time. And we've, you know, experienced a lot of folks experiencing homelessness, and there are so many reasons why that would happen. And I think mental health is one of them. But there are so many other reasons too. So I guess I'd just like to explore a greater nexus to other issues, because it's hard for me to conceptualize it as just one issue. So I know we've had those conversations. I'm still want to follow up with you, Debbie, and, you know, Healthier Colorado staff on working through that a little bit more, just to see what we can explore. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Further discussion.
Well, Mayor, can I just say some
Councilmember Lawson.
Just some ending words. I appreciate all the feedback. And again, this was just taking a temperature. Councilmember Murillo, I do agree. You know, having stable housing, that improves mental health. So that was kind of one in the broader category. I guess we have some feedback. It doesn't look like there's a real interest in this. So I just really, I mean, I guess I'll make further decisions of how to pursue, but it doesn't like there's really an interest in doing this. But I do appreciate everyone just looking at the recommendation. Again, this is something all of us we're concerned about. I thought that this might be a good time to do this for 2021 because it has been, some polling has been done on it, and there seems to be a real need in our community. So thank you to everyone for listening and providing the feedback. I really appreciate it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I want to thank everybody.
Mayor, sorry.
Councilmember.
I keep getting double muted, so I have to unmute my headset and WebEx. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to point out a comment in the chat from Councilmember Coombs, Councilmember Lawson, that to clarify, she does support this. I'm also supportive of the general idea. I just want to make sure that it is in sync with a lot of the other initiatives that we have rolling, obviously our youth violence prevention efforts and things of that matter. So I think that what I'd like to see personally is, you know, taking some of this feedback and coming back with like a cleaned up version so that we can discuss it a little more in the future.
Very well. Further discussion? Seeing none, I want to thank everybody for their hard work, and the City Council workshop for Saturday, February 20th, 2021 is adjourned.
All right. Have a great week.